afternoon, Mayor.
Hey, John. Hey, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission Conference Meeting here, September 21st, 2021. Thank you all for being here. For those of you who are here for the first time, or those who have been here before and perhaps need a little refresher, I want to give you a little bit of an idea of how this works. The City Commission has its official meetings in the evening, and they start at 6 p.m. tonight. So what we have here today is a conference meeting, which is kind of like a workshop. We talk about issues. We bring up folks that have proposals to make before the commission, but no real votes are taken. So this afternoon, I know most of the folks here today are here regarding the one-stop shop across the street. But the City Commission will not be voting on anything today, and I'll explain a little bit more about that procedure as we go forward. So today, what we're going to be able to do is to have a full-throated discussion on the one-stop shop, because we've only listed one item on today's conference agenda. So the commission felt that it was time to finally bring to the public the opportunity to be able to discuss the pros and cons regarding proposals that have been submitted to the city. So just to give everyone a little bit of a background, this particular acreage next door to us has been in the city for quite a while. It was originally the site of our city hall, and when that building, we kind of outgrew that building years ago, this building was built in its place. In the meantime, that building was reserved for the building department, and over the years, as they were able to create more efficient ways in which to process permit applications, doing it all in one place, it developed the name One Stop Shop, so that people did not have to go to the various disciplines in the different parts of the city. They could come in one place and get their permit. So it has sort of retained that name over the years, and so over time, that building was replaced by still another building out in the northwest, and it was used as a storage facility for quite a few years. Then when this commission took office, one of the first things we did was to agree to take it down because it was an eyesore. I know that folks within our community, under the auspices of our very wonderful George Horshka, did an art project there, inviting people from around the area to paint up the sides and to try to make it pretty. and try to take away the fact that it was kind of an eyesore. But that too did not last long, and we ultimately decided to tear down the building, and now we have an open space there. So as a result, the City Commission, after a number of discussions, tried to figure out, how do we best preserve this open space for use to the public, and so that's really what we're here to talk about today. How best to preserve this open space for the use of the public. So we have, I can't tell you the exact number of acreage there. I believe it's a little bit more than three acres there of open space. And so when we did tear the building down, a number of proponents came to the city and said, "Hey, we have great plans for this 3-acre parcel." And we said, "Okay, well, what do you have in mind?" Well, first the federal government came to us and said, "We'd like to build our federal courthouse here." We were not too keen on that because we wanted to keep it as open space. When I was a commissioner back in the early 2000s, I always felt that that site was intended to be open space. In fact, when we passed our master plan for the area, that area was designated as a site for future open space. And I think the community has always wanted that to be open to some extent. So fast forward, when the federal government found another site, people started coming to us and saying, "Well, we have some other ideas." And so in full disclosure, even pre-COVID, a number of applicants came to me, and based on the public records, I've seen they met with a number of other commissioners, various developers who came to the city with ideas. Some want to do a shopping plaza on the whole thing, and build a residential tower. There have been all kinds of different ideas that have been presented to us, but no one ever really came to us with a concrete application, except today. Today we are going to be entertaining what is considered an unsolicited proposal, and the folks today will have the opportunity to present to everyone in the community today what their proposal is. There have been a number of variations on their proposal, and I believe that we'll hear the most up-to-date version. But what happens with the process of an unsolicited proposal is as follows. An applicant pays $25,000. The city uses that money to review the details of the application, and after a certain number of days passes, if nobody else in the community has offered a competing offer, then the city commission can either agree to accept the possibility of moving forward on it or stop it in its tracks. The city commission voted to continue to review the proposal to see what further details we could elicit in order to determine if it's right for the city. Today, we are here to discuss what those details are and to listen to the proponent to see exactly what they have in mind. A couple of things I'd like to caution the community about. In the last few months, in fact, in some cases in the last few weeks, the federal government, through the federal court system, the two appeals courts have ruled that cities like Fort Lauderdale cannot prevent anyone from entering a public park. Let me give you an example. Like Stranahan Park, we have just down the street. We cannot prevent food sharing operations. We cannot prevent people sleeping there. We cannot prevent panhandling there. It's open to everybody, and the city of Fort Lauderdale's hands have been tied. It's very distressing because we do our best to try to keep our public places open to everybody. And we've had such a difficult time at Stranahan Park. I know the Women's Club has continued to find the difficulty of maintaining their business operation right next to Stranahan Park. The public library owned by the county also has had challenges. So I do want to say this. I commend our city manager and his staff and the rest of this commission for the heroic efforts that they have undertaken in trying to reduce our homeless population, try to eliminate encampments throughout the city. It's not a perfect operation. We still have a lot of work to do. But I think the goal of this commission is to seek opportunities in which we can reduce and anticipate where we can allow there to be open space in our city without having the influence of elements that would deter others from taking part in it and having the ability to participate in what we would like to think is open for everybody. So having said that, I would like to ask the proponent today, it's business one. After the proponent has made their presentation, I would then invite the public to be able to speak. Everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. I've got about 60 people who have asked to speak, both in person and online. So that's why we're going to keep it at 2 minutes. And in the meantime, if anyone on the commission has a question of someone who's speaking or of the applicant, you can do it during their presentation, or you can wait until afterwards. It's up to you, but this is it's open discussion. I really think this is an important topic for us. This is really a wonderful time in Fort Lauderdale. We have so much going on in our city, but we have to do it the right way. We have to make sure that what we do is going to be sustainable, it's going to be desirable, and is going to bring to our urban experience something that will last forever and make it a really fun place to really live in the downtown core. So these are the things that are important to this commission, and I know it's important to the community. So does anyone have any questions of me on the dais? No?
I do, Mayor, just for clarification, and I know we're going to discuss the lawsuit, correct, Alan? It's on. Can y'all hear me? Yes, I'm sorry. I think it's this. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right. I just want to get clarification on the lawsuit that you said we are in the process of potentially losing. Aren't we discussing that later today, too?
I don't think so. I think he was referring to, the mayor, excuse me, was referring to the Messina case, which deals with the panhandling temporary injunction we have, as well as food not bombs.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's a closed door on food not bombs today.
Well, yes, I see the closed door.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
It's Mark Messina versus City of Fort Lauderdale. It's case number 21, which is this year, CV 60168, Judge Altman. And he invoked a restraining order, a temporary injunction, I should say, regarding our aggressive panhandling ordinance. And with regard to food sharing, Food Not Bombs and other plaintiffs sued the City of Fort Lauderdale. It's case number, I have CV 60185, which was recently rendered August 31st, 2021, in which we were told that we cannot prevent Food Not Bombs from having their food sharing programs take place on our city parks.
Okay, I did see the food sharing. I just wanted to clarify a couple other things. We are not able to enforce our panhandling ordinance?
No, currently we have two. We have one ordinance that is entitled panhandling, and then there's another one which is a roadway canvasser ordinance that both have right now are under the temporary injunction by the federal court. We cannot enforce those at this time. Now, the case is not over. That was based on a preliminary injunction motion that was granted. So the case is still ongoing. Ultimately, it may stand, it may not stand, so we're not sure. But at this time, we cannot enforce any panhandling.
So panhandling and food sharing. I just wanted to clarify the camping ordinance. We have a no camping. Are we able to enforce that?
It depends where, and it depends to what extent. But technically, there's no court decision that prevents us from enforcing it.
Okay, there's no court decision that prevents us, so we can enforce our no camping ordinance.
Yes, but there's issues there in the past that there hasn't necessarily been the will to do that, and it has to be in the downtown area.
Correct. I know we had problems at the Broward County Library, but that was Broward County.
No, that was still within the city, but without getting into details, in order for us, management, and for us to execute those and enforce those laws, we have to sort of have the backing of the city as a whole to make a policy decision to go ahead and do that. We have, to a certain extent, done that in limited circumstances. But so the long and short of it is there is no court decision that says that it's unlawful, although likely will be challenged, but we haven't been challenged yet.
Okay, so at this point, we can enforce our no camping ordinance, because that's important. Okay, thank you, Mayor, for that.
So hold on a second.
For the nighttime.
So if I pitch a tent right here on the steps of City Hall,
Yes.
can we go legally move that in camper?
Again, I have to get into the circumstances.
Yeah, but
So
see, I think it's yes or no.
it's not, because it depends if we have a bed available. If there's a bed available that I can offer
Right,
you,
that's right.
then yes. If not, I cannot enforce it. So there has to be an available bed that I can take you to, whether you're willing to do it or not. As long as there's a bed available, I can enforce it.
And in
If-
most cases that I can remember since I've been a commissioner, each time that we attempted to do that, there were no beds available.
It gets difficult to manage that because,
Right.
especially during COVID, and then we usually, Officer Sandy and have a good
Well, I get it. I
count.
just want to make
Yeah.
sure.
So it's not just a matter of enforcing it, it's a matter of having all the right pieces in the right place and at the right time. So during the day, you're allowed to go there. So if you want to go to one of our parks and have a picnic and lay down there, one can argue it may be camping, but I have to let everybody.
So when our parks close at night, at 8 o'clock, can I camp there?
No.
We have enforcement rules that we can enforce
We do, in the downtown area.
in the downtown?
And then in the other parks, we can use, well, there's a variety of things. You can do the camping ordinance in downtown, and you also have trespass. So once the parks are closed, they're closed to everybody. So once they're closed to everybody and you're in there, you can be trespassed as well.
So if I'm at George
Downtown.
English Park.
Right.
After the park closes,
Yes,
you can remove me.
yes, on a trespass. Mhm.
That's for camping.
I got
No,
it.
that's any
That's anything.
presence. So if we
Park's closed, you can't be out there, period.
right, if the park is closed to everyone, then you're not allowed to be there.
Like Stonewall over there. You can ride by at 10 o'clock at night and there's people just sleeping all over that place. So we technically can enforce. I know it's a county piece, but on our land, but technically we could remove those people after hours.
Right.
During hours, we can't touch them.
And part of the challenge also.
Hours, they can occupy these.
Right, and as you're all aware, one of the challenges during COVID has been that the jail does not keep them if we do arrest them. So if somebody refuses to leave and we take them into custody, it's a quick turnaround to the jail and
But-
right back out. So
Even before COVID, they kept them 24 hours.
you had a better chance of at least 24 hours. Here, they won't even take them,
They won't take them at all now?
not with COVID.
I thought that was lifted after the emergency state order was lifted.
I'd have to double check, but I thought that was still in place. But
And I think
it is a
this is-
challenge. They come right back out.
Yeah, I think this is important because we do have this issue
We do have this issue.
throughout our city.
I know.
And I think when we first started talking about this parcel not being a courthouse, I know one of my comments was I didn't want another park because we cannot keep
People out.
I'm not gonna say different people, but we can't pick and choose who can come in that park.
Correct.
That was one of my reservations early on, and I'm still going to stick to that. But it seems like we're getting deeper and deeper entangled in what we cannot do with folks that want to use our public spaces for permanent residencies.
Okay.
And for just everyday use, food sharing, panhandling.
Yeah, food sharing. Now, that's just for clarification. So then we put an ordinance in place on top of what we were trying to do with the case you referred to that came from Abbott.
Food not bombs.
And our orders was if you wanted to feed, you had to get a permit from us. Is that still in play or that's out?
No, we had basically repealed that ordinance and replaced it with, it's more of a notice provision where if you're going to do it, you need to go ahead and let us know and, give us about who you are, the amount of people you anticipate so that we can track if there's garbage issues and things of that sort.
So if I want to go to the women's club now and feed, I just have to say, hey, Chris, I'm coming over. I got, 1,000 plates and I can just go and start feeding, right?
Technically, but we haven't been enforcing it because all this has been pending. We still have that pending appeal even though the decision
Yeah, but
came.
when you say technically, I need to know because,
We're not
status of
enforcing
the
it.
law right now.
We're not
is-
enforcing it.
okay,
Cannot
because
enforce it.
I need to know.
Yes. The status of the law right now is we cannot enforce it.
And it really, the case gets complicated, and I don't want to get into the legal weeds. It's an as applied challenge, not on its face, and it deals mostly with the park rule, not so much the ordinance, because the ordinance was repealed a while back in 2015 or 16. So, but
So
the practical effect is the same, that right now we're not enforcing.
So any parcel of land that we own, we cannot deny anyone access.
You can if you deny everyone access.
Right.
Now, obviously, there's exceptions to that, criminal activity, things of that sort. But if I deny you access, I have to deny the next
All right, let's
person.
move. Let's
So,
No, I'm
wait,
just-
just,
Mayor,
yeah,
Point is well taken.
just to clarify one more time though,
Yes, ma'am.
so at night, we can.
Because I got lots too.
We could close one stop at night and say nobody's allowed there.
But one stop's not a park, so
Well, if it becomes a park, we can,
if it's designated a park and it has park hours where we have it fenced off and we're
Right.
closing it, and there's a closing time and anyone is in there, they can be trespassed.
okay, so everybody can leave if it closes
It's no
at.
different than George English Park or Sunland
so,
Park or
okay.
Carter Park or Holiday Park.
But the
If
problem you
it's-
get into is if you have 150 people there, like we had at Stranahan, we get into a situation where how do you move 150 people? And it becomes a battle of wills at that point, and it gets very difficult.
And years ago, we had them at Holiday Park, remember?
All right,
Mayor,
right, let's
can we move forward and
Yeah,
maybe
we're moving
circle back
forward.
with this? A lot of people are
Okay,
here.
It's okay. It's
Yeah, I
all
know. I understand that, Commissioner Glassman, but I just wanted some clarification because he bought
I understand. I understand.
and I know you're short patience over there, but
I understand. No,
we're here
but
for you today. This is all about you, sir.
when this comes back to the commission, we could circle back on this topic after.
Okay, all
But
right.
thank you. A lot of people are waiting to speak,
Okay,
and
I
let's
get
get
it.
on with it.
Well,
Thank
it's important. Okay.
It's important. Everything's important.
Okay, so.
Is he
all
the vice mayor?
All right. The city of Fort Lauderdale is hosting this commission meeting in both virtual and in-person format. So if you want to sign up to speak, if you're not here in person, please go to www.fortlauderdale.gov/city commission meetings. I'll repeat that. It's www.fortlauderdale.gov/city commission meetings. One word. So, to help ensure decorum, we ask that you please abide by the following guidelines. Number one, please refrain from any behavior that is disruptive, distractive, profane, or inhibits the meeting in any way. Number two, while you are on the phone waiting for your opportunity to speak, please mute the meeting broadcast on whatever you're watching, FLTV, YouTube, Comcast, or AT&T, if you're watching simultaneously to avoid delays in the broadcast. I will call upon you when it is your turn to speak and also notify you when your time has expired. City staff is automatically added to the speakers the listen-only mode, and you will be unmuted to speak when recognized. Once you have finished speaking, you will be muted and may either hang up to exit the meeting or stay connected to listen to the remainder of the meeting. Very good. So, moving forward, Ben, we didn't really call roll call. We do, but you're here, right?
I'm here, Mayor. Thank you. Yep.
All right, so we have a number of people who have asked to speak, but before we get to that point, we're going to ask the proponent who has asked us to give them time to make a presentation. And so, Stephanie Toothaker, would you like to step up to the podium?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I do have a presentation. It's great. Okay.
Say it again.
Thank you very much. Before I begin, I would like to just thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I do want to introduce the other members of my team, my colleague, Matt Sacco. Matt and I have been working on this for a very long time. I think you all know Jeff John, Michael Palladino, who is the architect, along with Jim Crawford, who is the architect, Ross Fuhring, Christine Pressman, Jean Pressman. That is the team that is very thankful for the opportunity to be here today and present this exciting opportunity to you. So I'm going to go ahead and dive in, and our entire team will be prepared and ready to answer any questions that you have. So Arts Park Ownership Group, I just went through it. Jeff John is the owner of Damn Good Hospitality. He oversees all business aspects of Backyards, Stash, Revolution Live, Green Bar, and most recently Warren. Warren has gotten a lot of really positive press from our local papers and from other papers for being a spectacular venue. Gene Pressman is the former CEO, creative director, and head of merchandising and marketing for Barney's New York for more than 27 years. He brought high-end brands like Armani, Versace, Prada, and Manolo Blahnik to the United States. He's responsible for that, and he's here with his wife, Christine. Ross Furing with Banyan Development is the principal partner overseeing all aspects of the business. He plays an integral role in acquisitions, development, construction, management, and leasing, and has extensive relationships with national retailers, architects, and engineers as well. So just a little bit of fun. Looks like it's lagging a little bit. There we go. A little bit of fun. Jeff just opened Warren. It's in Delray Beach, unfortunately, but a lot of us have had the opportunity to visit it. It's a lot of critical acclaim, wonderful press on it, and it's an example of the great things that Jeff can do. He's not just about Revolution Live. So where is and what is Flagler Village? I know we're all very familiar with it, but it's helpful to see it in the context of exactly what the what the boundaries of Flagler Village is. It's bounded by federal highway on the east and the FEC Railroad on the west, and it's really become a very, very exciting, vibrant area. So the downtown master plan and the downtown core character area designation designate one stop as downtown core. The downtown core, I'm going to need a little help here because this is in my way. Sorry. The downtown core character area is a mixed-use central business district that encourages a variety of higher intensity, commercial, entertainment, office, civic uses, and high-density housing. And One Stop is right in the middle of that. The downtown RAC land use and this RAC CC zoning designations are the densest that we have in the city of Fort Lauderdale. One Stop shares both of these. It has an underlying land use of downtown RAC and an underlying zoning of RAC CC. The Regional Activity Center land use category is intended to encourage development or redevelopment of areas that have regional significance and facilitate a mix of uses, encourages mass transit, reduces the need for automobile travel, and encourages a strong definition of the urban form promoting live, work, play. The RAC CC City Center District is the highest intensity downtown district and is intended to be applied to the central downtown core area as a means of accommodating a wide range of employment, shopping, service, cultural, and high-density residential. So here I'm just showing you that adjacent to the one-stop shop property, it also, as we said, is Flagler Village, is the Fat Village and the Mass District, neighborhoods which are inspiring a new culture of creativity and collaboration within the food, arts, and technology world. All very, very exciting stuff that's happening here. So what's around us? Flagler Village, Fat Village, Mass District. Just an example, we've got Advantis, 509 NE3, ECI Flagler Village, Fat Village East, Fat Village West, Gallery at Fat Village, the RK Center Searstown parcels, 317 North Federal Highway. Some of the approved projects are Flagler Creative, Flagler 626, Gallery at Fat Village, Fat City, 440 Northeast 3rd, and currently under construction, Urban at Flagler, the Forge Lofts, Alta, IPIC, Madera, Quantum, and the completed projects are Village View, 637 Art Lofts, Quantum, Pearl, Motif, and True by Hilton. All spectacular projects, all very excited to have those here in the city of Fort Lauderdale in this exciting area. Here, just sharing with you a little bit, we've heard a lot about how we don't want a bar in the middle of this sleepy little town. So we thought it would be really important to look at what else is around us. We've got Rhythm and Vine, the Easton Rooftop Club, the Hub Spark, the Hub Lounge, Glitch, Mona's, Laser Wolf, 27 Bar and Lounge, Chops and Hops, Rec Room, Sparrow, The Angelus, the Brass Tap, the Whole Enchilada, Roxanne's, Sistrunk Marketplace, Here and Now. Not exactly a sleepy little town, Flagler Village. It's meant for that live, work, play environment, and that's exciting. or any other public facility or infrastructure that is used or will be used by the public at large or in support of an accepted public purpose or activity. So we've checked all these boxes, right? So we're here. So we're in the middle of this unsolicited proposal, and this is where we find ourselves today to discuss what the next steps are. And how does this project comply with the unsolicited proposal statute? So in the comprehensive agreement, we define community arts park or community park as 114,470 square feet, or 2.63 acres of the property that will be developed as a park, green spaces, gardens, tree canopy, shade structures, green markets, art and music fairs, educational and cultural events and structures, and trade shows for active passive uses and containing at least one significant art installation. The cultural center itself means collectively the cultural center building and the Blade building containing service of prepared food, a family market and arts and entertainment venue, which structure or combination of structures contains a maximum of 30,545 square feet located on the property and as described. And again, this is a very, it's a comprehensive agreement that's got a lot of exhibits and whatnot, but these are just the sections that I think are relevant to the statute. So great cities have great options. We've heard a lot about, this is another cultural venue, it's another venue place. Is it appropriate for the area, or do we already have enough? So I thought it would be a really important discussion to look at some of other great cities. We're a great city. We've got a lot of exciting things happening. And here's something, just to give you just a frame of reference for other cities. So Atlanta has a population of 488,000. It has 79 venues. 79 venues that serve this purpose. Orlando, a population of 280,000, has 20 venues. New Orleans, a population of 390,000, has 25 venues. Miami, 450,000 people, 16 venues. Fort Lauderdale has 4. We have 4 venues. I think that answers the question of if we have enough. So what makes a great park? Activation makes a great park. And we've got examples right here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. War Memorial Park, which is the heart of Holiday Park, is now under construction for a revitalization. Standing as a tribute to military heroes on the western end of Fort Lauderdale's 93-acre Holiday Park, the historic War Memorial first opened in 1950 as a music and entertainment venue. And in 2022, the newly adapted 144,000 square foot sports entertainment venue will debut as a recreation hub for members of the community, military veterans under the stewardship of the veteran-owned and led Florida Panthers, right? How exciting is that? So just a couple of things about War Memorial and why this is exactly the exact same thing. It's a first of its kind ballroom-style concert and performance venue. It's got community recreation, athletics, and fitness programs, and it actually has a restaurant. It has an indoor and outdoor dining venue. So just some examples of other things that are out there that are exciting and that people love that make a great city great. An outdoor living room is Soundscape Park in Miami Beach, which is 2.5 acres. And you can see here, we were showing you just some images of what that's like when it's activated and what it actually looks like as an aerial view. Arts Park at Young Circle in Hollywood is 10 acres. It has an amphitheater. I actually myself brought Jimmy Buffett there as part of a campaign that I was doing, and it's a wonderful venue. It's a wonderful venue with a lot of opportunities that are part of Arts Park. Losner Park in Homestead, 3 acres. Also an active park, an activated park. These are not passive parks. These are all activated parks. Meisner Park in Boca Raton is on land that's owned by the city of Boca Raton. It's 30 acres, and it's become a cultural center for the city with vertical improvements of 4 main structures, including 11 restaurants, 39 stores, surrounding a landscape central park with fountains and sculpture gardens, and an amphitheater. So the DDA did a great thing. The DDA did a study of One Stop, and what could One Stop be? And we agree. We agree with everything they said. The DDA said that the existing tree canopy should be preserved. That's what this project does. It said maximize the space for public park uses. Done. Utilize existing park area and compacted ground area for plaza, restaurant feature, which is a revenue generator. We've done that. Enhance the corners of the park for ease of circulation and view into the park. Done. Interpretive art and signage. Done. Dog park bar amenity. Done. Performance spaces, done. Provide space for small and large outdoor events, done. Iconic sculpture, environmental art elements, our comprehensive agreement speaks to that, and we commit to doing that, done. And integrate wellness and food and beverage offerings, yes, we can do all of that, and provide ample space for neighborhood art events to set up, also done, also part of our comprehensive agreement. So here's just this is one of the images that the DDA had asked a local group to prepare. And you can see that it includes a food pavilion with rooftop dining and some of the other things that we also incorporate into our project. So I think we agree. What a great idea. Most recently, there's an RFP on the street for Huizinga Park to reactivate and reclaim the urban park centered around arts and culture, resilience, wellness, and equitable access. And what does that RFP call for? It calls for a wide array of interests and activities, a combination of active and passive spaces, and to add revenue-generating amenities, such as a commercial restaurant opportunity with views of the New River, and concessions such as dog bar near the dog park, and opportunities for retail, incubator space, and small retail food and beverage. We have all of that. We think it's a great idea. We agree. So I'm going to ask Michael Palladino of Studio Practice and his partner Jim Crawford to come up to the podium and speak about this project, and then I'll come back when they're done. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, either down. Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm here today to talk about not a park, but an open space. We're talking about
Can you
landscape.
speak more? Can you speak closer into the microphone?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're interested in open space, and I think that's what half the people in this room are looking for. We've done at least 5 sketch designs for this project, and the one that's on the screen, even though it's very, very rough, is the latest. And what I'd like to do first, though, is explain how you go through a process of designing buildings like this. Oops. There.
Just for reference purposes, on the right-hand part of the screen is the northern part of the site, and on the left hand is the southern part of the site. Is that correct?
Yeah. This is running a little slow, but rather than spend a lot of time on what we're doing today, I'd like to show you what we did about 30 years ago for a 3.3 acre park in Frankfurt, Germany. It was a competition, a design competition, and a number of teams got together and designed in this case, a museum, and it's a decorative arts museum. So the Decorative Arts Museum in this project, if you can read the screen, it's in the top right-hand corner, and then you see the circles around the trees on the site. The requirement of the competition was not to touch a tree, not to touch not touch the Villa Metzler, it's the existing Decorative Arts Museum in Frankfurt. But you need to place your building in and around those trees. And that was a difficult and quite a charge, but I wonder. Okay, all right. So this is where you start in this park. It's Villa Metzler. It's an 1880s building that is the Decorative Arts Museum for the city of Frankfurt now. Beyond that, there's 10 of these in storage. In other words, the art that can be displayed if you had a museum with that much space is 10 times what you see in this building. Our strategy as we started this was to take the Villa Metzler, again, the circles are the trees, and drop a Villa Metzler in at the four corners. The trees are important, and so as you continue to analyze the site, what we did is take this a little bit to the extreme, but there's a number of orientations and contextual issues that come to this site so that we can start to design a building. This image shows that if we did a design that includes the other three quadrants and then removed a piece of that quadrant, we could in fact put 10 of the Villa Metzler buildings into this project. And this is it. Again, 30 years ago, we won a competition, we built a building, and the building is still there today, and the park grows up around the building. So each of these is an image that shows paths through the park. This one finally makes the connection back to the original museum. And as you come from the community to the south of the park, there is a path through the middle of the building, even when the museum's closed. Have an alternate path perpendicular to this one.
Can we fast forward to what you designed for this site? Because it's getting a little, I feel we're getting a little distracted about something that really has nothing to do with this particular site. Can we fast forward to what your thoughts are with regard to this site?
Yeah. Okay, so for this site, we're absolutely conscious of the trees. It's part of the city's focus, and it is our focus. As we looked at this site, you know the site plan. You know the planning around the site. Stephanie did a great job of explaining that. We create a program. This program is really refers to and qualifies each of the programs that we're working to create in a project like this. All of this is schematic design, and program on the east side is really the road, the Andrews. The north side is there's two pavilions on this image. And we let this one go simply because the pavilions were getting a little large and they needed a footprint. So what we've done is reshaped the south pavilion. This is running really slow.
Yeah. We're having, Mayor and Commissioners, we're having just some technical difficulties. So the screen that we're seeing on the computer is completely different than what's up there. That's why we're having a little trouble up here.
Oh, really? Okay.
So I apologize for the technical difficulties.
Okay. So the park's not just about buildings, it's about people. And in this park, there's plenty of space for people. The sketch now that comes back. In this latest design, what we've done is moved all of the footprint space of these two pavilions to the west end of the site. And what that does is open the east side of the site for a continuous park from the south end, southeast corner, to the northeast corner. The trees are preserved. And in this case, the cultural center has a section that's going to allow us to use this space as a very flexible space that that's going to be programmed. The footprints is what we've been looking at, is the square footage. Fact is that the gallery we signed a few years ago in Beverly Hills has sculpture that would fill the footprint of the cultural center. And these kinds of spaces
Mayor, this is Ben. I'm just getting some asks for, you obviously know this better than I do because I'm virtual, but people wanting to be in there for this item, and there are people in the commission chamber that are waiting for the next item. I don't know if there's logistics, if everyone can see this.
Is there someone that can help with the computer?
Are they not?
It's not working.
Are you able to see what's on the screen, Commissioner?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm seeing it. I guess, was there an item first on the conference agenda that we moved past to get to this?
It was just a financial report and an OPEB, but it shouldn't have a large audience attached to it. It was just a straightforward financial update. I don't believe anybody here in the audience would be here for that topic.
I think.
Okay, it seemed like people felt like there were, so if that's the case, then all good. Thanks.
We're not sure why Michael's presentation is not working. I apologize, but we are having a lot of technical difficulties up
Okay.
here. So I'm going to take over and finish the presentation if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine. So what I thought I just heard was that there were a number of iterations as to where you were looking to activate this space and drawing from your experiences in previous
Correct.
jobs. And the most recent version is what you just showed us. And did I hear you say that it preserves all the existing trees that are currently on the property? Did I hear you say that?
Go ahead.
Yes, it does.
Is that a yes?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
But I think the trees that we were looking at earlier are 5 trees. There's more than that I think we can preserve.
Okay.
And,
All right.
and frankly, if you can get a smaller tree and box it.
I can't hear anything you're saying because you're not.
If you could get a smaller tree that's doing well, move it off-site, box it, save it for after construction, then you don't need to take out some of these smaller trees that are beautiful samples of a variety of.
Okay.
So we apologize. Yeah, it was definitely a technical challenge standing from
Okay.
here because we weren't looking at what you were looking at.
Okay.
So Michael's point is that there's a process. The process started with one design, and where we ended up is significantly scaled back. And a couple of things that we were able to do is preserve the trees. And that was something that was really important. It's been mentioned multiple times. And this latest design preserves those significant trees. It preserves a minimum of 5 of the significant trees. And what Michael was saying is that if there's any others that are impacted, those can be boxed, saved, and replanted. So this is the latest design. This is the Community Arts Park view looking south of the Cultural Center. Please note, there is no amphitheater. This is a park. This is the Blade Building. Another image of the Blade Building, north elevation. And this is something that's been built to show you, you can see those trees. Those are obviously, built in a studio, but those are trees and what by moving those buildings all the way to the west, that it preserves contiguous space. So just a couple more images that show you the trees in the contiguous space. These are some of the images I think that Michael was trying to show you. I think I'm having a lag as well. Just what happens inside. It's art, it's culture. All right. It's art, it's culture, it's dining, it's live, work, play. Original proposal, I'm going to go through these quickly. Previous proposal, current proposal. You can see when you look at it in plan view, you can see how much contiguous park space there is now. In fact, it's 2.63 of the 3.33 acres. The Blade Building is 0.3 acres, and the Cultural Center is 0.4 acres. These are relatively small in comparison to the overall property. Just some other images with the trees, and here we've heard a lot. Preserve our existing green space. Preserve our existing green space. I really wanted to show you that what's there now, where the Blade Building is, that's parking. That's parking. There's no green space there, and the Cultural Center is where some of those previous buildings were. And the tree is preserved in this latest design. Here's some images of the trees, and just a comparative data table to show you that as we've gone, we've really listened to the community. So what are some key points? This is responsive to the post-COVID world, integrating our built and natural environments in a symbolic way. A minimum $10 million investment into the park. A new sustainable public asset, complementary in scope, uses, and feeling to Flagler Village and Fat Village commercial and residential developments. Obviously designed by the architects who are here, who've done the Getty and other spectacular projects. A new bold landmark, a cultural magnet, and access to Fort Lauderdale's central core. So another thing that we've heard is, why is this happening so fast? And I thought it was really important to share with you, as you stated, Mayor, in your opening remarks, these discussions started in 2018. In 2018 is when these meetings and discussions, I wasn't part of the team at that time, I came on later, but certainly Matt Sacco, Jeff John, and others on their team were having meetings dating all the way back to December 11th of 2018. Through 2019, through 2020, and through 21. Just a list of all of the meetings that we've had with stakeholders in Flagler Village and all the other groups. 2.5 years of community outreach. So we very carefully reviewed all of the stakeholder requests. We thought those were really important. A lot of really good suggestions came out of those meetings. A lot of things that people said, we think you should do this, we think you should do that. And we painstakingly went through that comprehensive agreement to add sections that we felt were responsive. So some of the things that they asked us to do: make the cultural center soundproofed, done. Protect the mature trees, done. Provide a family-friendly setting, done. Remove the subterranean garage, done. Some of the key terms in the comprehensive agreement, these are things that absolutely, as you're looking, these are renderings. What you see in are renderings. The site plan comes later. It goes through the regular process. But we thought there were some provisions of that were so important that they belonged in the comprehensive agreement. For instance, the Community Arts Park shall be 2.63 acres. It will be developed with park, green spaces, gardens, tree canopy, and upon the certificate of occupancy, we record a declaration, or the city does, because it's city land, records a declaration of restrictive covenants against that 2.63 acres, stating that it can never be built upon. There will never be a structure on that 2.63 acres. The cultural center is a cultural building, blade building, that's a maximum of 30,545 square feet. The project must go through a regular site plan development process. We estimate it to cost $100 million. The certificate of occupancy for the community park shall be issued either concurrent with or before the certificate of occupancy for the cultural center and the blade building. One Stop shall perform all maintenance, including ensuring that the community park is always clean, manicured, and kept free of debris. Security and crowd control, including at least one off-duty police officer for events held in the cultural center, with working a minimum of an hour after any show in the cultural center. We've suggested that we'd like to work with a group designated by Flagler Village to develop plans for what happens in the community park. Again, after the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, record a declaration of restrictive covenants. We've committed to at least one iconic public art installation, preserve the existing trees, work in partnership with local arts and culture groups on art-related projects and initiatives. Fort Lauderdale-based charitable arts and cultural organizations shall not be charged a fee. They have the right to use it as long as it's not costing us anything. We have no intention of charging them anything. We'd like to offer the city a 500 square foot office for the city's cultural affairs manager. Any live music or entertainment is limited to interior spaces in the cultural center and or the blade building. And for anything that happens in the community park, we have to ask the city for a special events permit, just like anyone else would have to. That's what happens. Whenever you want to do something in city public spaces, you have to come to the city commission and ask for a special events permit. And we're saying we would do the same thing because we believe that this is meant to be a community park. Noise levels will not exceed the city's code. And of course, we will not request an entertainment venue. That was something else we were asked to do. And of course, the city has the right to use the cultural center a minimum of 12 times a year. And if they want more, they just have to ask. Financial terms. A lot of discussion about this as well. Essentially, what we're offering is a ramp-up period from year 1 to 5, and upon year 5, we will pay the city $1 million a year on an escalating scale. Every year after that, it'll go up by COLA plus 1%. So starting in year 5, $1 million a year. We've also offered the city a payment in lieu of taxes. It's not Revolution Live. I'm posting here a section from Jeff's lease for Revolution Live. It doesn't end anytime soon. It doesn't even end until 2025. This is not Revolution Live, and Revolution Live is not moving. It's staying exactly where it is. We have a memorandum of understanding with the Performing Arts Center that no more than 10% may be seated for anything that happens in the cultural center, and the trees are staying where they are. No public amphitheater. Another important topic is the parks bond. The city of Fort Lauderdale did a very extensive $200 million parks bond. One Stop Shop was not listed. The city painstakingly went through all of the areas that they wanted to designate parks bond money to. One Stop Shop is not on the list. Some other facts versus fiction. This is an entirely new world-class concept. Revolution Live not moving, old growth trees staying, $10 million improvement in the park. We're right in the middle of Flagler Village, which is a high-density, walkable, live, work, play downtown community. We just think it's an exciting proposal. We're more than happy to provide any other information. And I just wanted to share lastly some letters of support that we think are pretty significant. Brightline, Downtown Cigar Bar, Mankind, Teamsters, Cantonelli, KO Lawyers, Ticketmaster. And that concludes my presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I thought maybe we'd do public comment right now, and then the commission can respond.
Oops, I'm sorry. Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
And I appreciate the presentation, but before we open it up to public comment, I would like to hear from Jeff John, because I need him to explain to me and to the public his vision in the Cultural Center. And I ask that because he has been, I'll be very honest, maligned not only from the Sun Sentinel, but also from a lot of social media. There's been a lot of misinformation. I want to hear from, and not that you're the horse, but from the horse's mouth, what he would like to see on this site. I think that's really important as part of the presentation, if you don't mind.
Okay, Mr. John. And please speak into the microphone if you could.
Thank you guys very much for this opportunity and your time today. Commissioner Glassman, Vice Commissioner Glassman, I'm happy to answer these questions. I'd like to start off by saying that I'm born and raised in Chicago. I was very fortunate as a young man, as a young boy, to see downtown and to experience downtown as a growth cycle. My family has done some work with the city of Chicago, and I've been very instrumental in Grant Park and Millennial Park and some of the new awesome developments that the city of Chicago has gone on over the last 25 years. The vision started here. I've been in town now for just over 20 years. I took over a defunct property downtown Fort Lauderdale in about 2001. I created an exclusive relationship with the #1 promoter in the world called Live Nation. I produce 125 to 150 shows a year. I come to the commission and I do city events. Jim Hammond and Jim with Day of the Dead, I came in and worked with Jim starting year 3. We moved that to Revolution and the downtown sector, and now we're doing 20,000 people as a cultural event in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Oh, sorry. So my vision, to answer your question, my vision came from looking at our city, this wonderful city where now our roots are in. We're gonna live here. We're gonna grow here. Our kids are gonna grow here. I am all about public. I am all about people. I am all about activation. Sitting here for the last 5 years, listening to the DDA, listening to the coalition, listening to the commission talk about activation in this city. Why don't we have activation? Why don't we have things going on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in this beautiful city? We have all these great companies moving here. We have all this great development. We have tens of thousands of new units. We still have the same little issue of what's going on. I've tried to listen to the commission, I've tried to listen to the DDA and listen to all the stakeholders in town and really develop something that is iconic for this city. We don't have a gathering place like a Millennial Park, like a Grant Park. Couple facts, 2019, 58 million people came to see the Bean in downtown Chicago. The concession stand outside the Bean did $25 million. They have the symphony, they have the orchestra, they have Lollapalooza, they have Buckingham Fountain, they have Taste of Chicago, they have art shows, they have all these wonderful activations. And while I sit here and listen to everything, the great stuff that's going on in this city, I ask myself, why don't we have a central gathering place? Why don't we have a place that people can come and enjoy a park with shade and concessions and possibly music and art? Why don't we have more restaurants, indoor, outdoor? Why don't we have some of these essential elements to developing communities when everybody else does? As Stephanie showed, all these cities, developing cities around the world, they have multiple venues, 10s and 20s and 30s and 40s, 100 venues in New York City and San Francisco. I was part of the ULI study. They asked me to come and share my knowledge because I'm in this business. I was interviewed, I sat in the studies, and what came out of it, what I got out of it, we need more activation. We need more nightlife. We need more music events. Why is San Francisco and New York City so great? They do $80 and $100 billion a year in entertainment dollars. That money gets focused back into the city to beautify and to update the city. Again, moving back to it, we have a wonderful opportunity here for the future. This city is so bright. It's so vibrant. We have great leaders. We have great people doing things in this city. And my vision, again, I want to work with the public. I want to be part of the public. And I want to give the residents and I want to give the people of South Florida that come to this great city a unique, iconic experience that our city can grow on for the future.
Is Revolution Live moving to one-stop shop?
100% no. The only thing I would do to correct Stephanie's great speech was that lease goes to 2035, not 2025. I am there for a long time. I've been a pioneer in downtown. I think I was asked, ironically enough, I was asked 4 years ago by Jenny Morhan of the DDA, Jim Ellis of the DDA and the coalition, and multiple other stakeholders in the city to be part of the downtown coalition and to come onto some of these boards because I've been doing a great job in the city.
What kind of acts do you see booking into the cultural center at One Stop Shop site?
You know, one of the great things that I've done over the years, I think, is we don't pigeonhole anybody. We do everything. We do rock, we do country, I do bluegrass, I do some hip hop. We aren't a single-use venue. I do authors, I do comedians, I bring in art exhibits. So all the things that we do, I've been doing this out of a 96-year-old, almost defunct building that I've kept up for the last 25 years. I think our city is ready for a state-of-the-art, brand new cultural center. And that will only bring in more and better acts for our city to enjoy. And the way we look at it is we want to work in conjunction with the Broward Center. We want to work in conjunction with the War Memorial. We have more people moving here. We have younger people moving here. Our demographics is skewing are skewing lower as all the numbers show. We need entertainment. We need activation. I think music, food, and entertainment is the new retail. There are a lot of kids that maybe don't play sports. I can't tell you how many times I've donated my room to starving artists, to people that want to get seen on an opening bill. My job is here to expose people. I like to see people grow. I like to see people be successful. And I can sleep well at night knowing that we run a safe venue, we run a clean venue. I have police officers at my venue every single night I'm open. I have a 20-year working relationship with the police department, the fire department. These men and women, they come to my venue as customers. They're our friends over the years.
Well, Jeff, let me ask you. I agree with all of what you said. It'd be great to have this kind of entertainment in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Why there? What value are you adding to the city by having your venue there? Tell the people what are you thinking?
My vision for the value of this property, again, is to create a central gathering point, a focal point for our city that we can come together, break bread, communicate, hang out. It's a open green space, as we said. We want to put the art installations in there. I want to see a small Millennial Park, Central Park, Golden Gate Park. Take those elements out of that and let's condense it into the 3.3 acres of our beautiful one-stop shop and create something iconic that's safe, protected, and maintained.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Okay.
Can I, this is Ben. Can I ask some questions?
Ben, do you have a question to Mr. John?
Yeah, I got a few. Please. Thank you, Mayor.
Back up. Sorry, Ben.
None. No problem. Yeah, I didn't know if now was the right time to ask one, but it sounds like it is. So great.
Now is a good time.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Jeff. Jeff, this is the first time I'm seeing kind of the latest plan. So walk me through again. Maybe others have seen more, but walk me through just kind of how many stories on each of these. Maybe start with the cultural center. Like, what's the first story? What happens in the first story? Is there a second story? What happens there? So walk me through that, and then do the same for Blade, so I'm understanding what's what, please.
Sure. So there are 4 prime uses for this concept in this piece of land. First and foremost is the open green space, continuous open green space from the north to the south. Starting with the Cultural Center. The Cultural Center will be a multi-level, one-unit building. It is designed with a beautiful glass ceiling that shows light. Learning from Michael has just been a wonderful experience and how he develops and designs around light, which I thought was brilliant. When you go to some of these cultural centers, you don't have light. They're usually dark rooms and, they're light with light bulbs or LED lights. We envision the cultural center not only to have wonderful concerts, but also to have wonderful art shows, work in conjunction with whether it's the art museum or the different organizations in town to bring in more. We will have a 7,500 square foot gallery called Flex Space in the lobby of that cultural center to do just so. That unit will be, let's call it, somewhere around 1,800 people, and will be available for flex space, private events, corporate events, music events, galleries, etc.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I was going to go to the, okay. So then if you have the cultural center on one side.
And so, sorry, so that's, the cultural center is one story?
It's going to be about, because for the stage, you need at least 60 feet of head height for the stage. So I believe the blade, 80?
So the cultural center is going to be, I think the diagram showed 60 feet high, correct?
That's just about what, yes. I just wanted to confirm what
That's
Michael,
on the
yes.
south side of the property. That's that circular building.
Southwest.
So that's like 3 stories, right? Is that,
Well, it's 60 feet, whatever 60 feet is.
Commissioner, it would be an open
Okay.
a room, kind of there would be some balcony space that would be used, but predominantly it would be a GA room that is a single floor use.
Okay, and so that's how you could have events there for a capacity of 1,800 people? Is that what you're saying?
Approximately, as we got to go through, as you know, we have to go through the site inspection period, but that's where we're looking approximately 1,800, correct.
And how many, like, on, just because I'm putting on my business, I own a small business, so I'm putting on my business hat. So how many events would you have a year there at the cultural center?
I would, the last year and a half has been a little skewed, so we're on
Right.
back. I would hope to have, again, if I can increase the number of units that I do, events that we do at this new unit. So I would look to do, 250 events at least minimum a year in that facility.
And is that, when I look at the kind of competitive landscape, and this is something that's, anytime I'm looking at business proposition, having a business plan and competitor analysis and so forth. So where will those 250 events come from? In other words, will that not compete with, I think you even said it would compete with Revolution Live, because you said you have some of those events at Revolution Live now. So would that compete against Revolution Live and then other venues as well?
I would tell you, Commissioner, based on Stephanie's presentation a couple minutes ago that showed Atlanta, Orlando, Miami, New Orleans, I think our city is vastly underutilized for the amount of venues we have. I do not look at any competition between Revolution Live, PACA, or War Memorial in terms of what we're doing. Our city needs more venues. We need more things coming here. And to the last point I would say, Commissioner, is it's not a fact of me fighting or me going against the Broward Center or us going against War Memorial. It's Fort Lauderdale versus Miami. It's Fort Lauderdale versus Palm Beach. So I would tell you, if these events, the 250 I'm talking about, probably wouldn't be coming to Fort Lauderdale anyways, because the room size doesn't fit that, nor does the application for that artist fit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So how many events does Revolution Live have a year on non-COVID crazy years?
With non-COVID years, I do 125 to 150 national and international acts a year. I do another 75 to 100 private corporate events. I do maybe another 50 charitable foundation and philanthropy work out of our space. That's very big for us. We're a huge part of the community in terms of if there's ever a disaster or an unfortunate time. Our company has been on the forefront of raising dollars for the fallen, raising dollars for the people in need for the 19 years that I've been in business here. I would throw out one thing. After the horrific Margman Stoneman Douglas incident, we, on Friday of that week, raised $85,000 for Margman Stoneman Douglas and the people that were affected out of that unit. We did it. We were the first one to do it 5 days after the horrific incident, and that's what we do. We just had a fallen police officer here a couple weeks ago due to COVID. America's Backyard had a fundraiser 2 weeks ago for that individual. And I can't tell you how many of those events we do. Anytime my venue is not used, I will give it back for the good use, whether it's the public or to raise money for people.
Okay, I appreciate that. So from a business standpoint, like War Memorial is getting renovated, that's going to be coming online and going to be a great facility for events similar to yours, right? I'm thinking, is that right?
It will be similar to the Sense Commissioner,
size.
but it's going to be 5,000 people. I'm going to be 1,800, approximately 1,800. They're going to be 4,000 to 5,000 on a floor.
Okay. Now I'm assuming War Memorial can cut down, like if they want 1,000 people event, they can do that, is my guess. Again, it's not my industry, but I'm assuming that's
Again,
right.
to your point, Commissioner, yes. In theory, yes. Okay. In application, it's sometimes tough for managers of artists to put their artist in a room that's chopped down. So in terms of the manager and the agent of the bands, they really dictate to where these bands go based upon where their client is going to look the best in. They don't want manager's not going to put their band in a room that their band doesn't look good in or doesn't play well in.
Sure.
So it's all part of the equation. That's why rooms of 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000 and up, they all play a significant role because there are acts around the world that should fit all these rooms.
Yeah. Okay, so with Parker Playhouse coming online, that's going to be new and improved and doing awesome, I hope. War Memorial,
love it.
PACA. So you're saying all of those venues can be all full capacity. Yours can be full capacity, and everyone can maximize the number of events that they can hold every year, and that everyone will be able to kind of operate full bore.
That's exactly right, sir. And I would just say the beautiful Parker is a 900, what a beautiful renovation that just happened there, a 900 person seated room. That as we just discussed, approximately 1,800 GA room. And GA is general admission standing. There's not 900 permanent seats. And yeah.
Okay. And have you done
we have plenty.
So a kind of in-depth analysis of that, business plan analysis of that competitive marketplace and so forth? Because just for me, that'd be helpful to kind of be able to pour through and think through.
Sure. Yep. Is that anything else, sir?
No, so have you done that? I'm assuming you've done it. It's just we haven't seen it yet.
You were asking if we put together analysis based on those numbers. We have some... a data put together. I would be more than happy to put together something for you.
Okay, perfect. All right, great. Mayor, thanks. That was, I kind of wanted to better understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. John? Okay, there being none, I'd like to begin with the neighborhood president, Leanne Barber. She signed up to speak. She's in person. Leanne, are you here in the audience?
She is right there.
Leanne, are you prepared to speak right now? Is that a yes? Oh, okay. We're going to try to keep everyone's presentation to 2 minutes, but since Leanne is the president of the neighborhood association, I'd like to give her a little bit more time. 5? Okay, 5 minutes. Okay.
Thank you for hosting this comprehensive this meeting, and I think that it's very difficult to react right now because we've just received a lot of information that we had not gotten in the past, and I guess I'm just thinking from our perspective, what we find ourselves. I became the president of the Flagler Village Civic Association in February of this year. And it was kind of midway through what is a procurement for a cultural facility. And so it's been kind of a disorienting situation to be in, and we've been trying to figure out what's really going on. Because the neighborhood and other planning entities had requested that space be used as a public park. It's been designated as a public park through the Downtown Master Plan. It's been really needed, wanted, as part of the whole plan to urbanize and build up Flagler Village and downtown, that we wanted to have a large green space public park for the gathering that, the gathering that Jeff John has mentioned. We don't have a disagreement about some of the needs. The question would be the way you go about doing it. And so there was a request to have the park have the land designated as a park. It's been in municipal use for 75 years, and we wanted it to continue to be in municipal use for the next 75 years. So we wanted it designated as a public park. We're fully dedicated to making sure that it becomes a beautiful urban forest landscape that people can come, everyone can come and interoperate with each other, and that we could have food courts and things like that involved, but that the public would decide what we wanted. The public would decide what we're going to call it, right? So it would really be a public forum. And so what we found is that because Jeff John has a great idea, he came and he said, "I want to build this cultural facility." And what we perceive is that that some of the things that through the P3 process have kind of been skipped over, kind of glossed over, and so there could have been, or maybe should have been, a process to say, is this thing that is being proposed something that is the best use of the land? Now, maybe it's been done. We're still looking for the documents. We haven't actually seen the original proposal. So there are documents that have not been put into the public realm yet. And we think that that's important because it goes to, we're sure that the commission is looking out for our best interests, but we would really like to see those public documents to show that.
So Leanne, this is not the last time we're going to be discussing this. So
Right.
I agree. There's been a lot that's been presented to this afternoon that we still have to digest too. So, but today is like the first look-see and
Yeah.
get the process started. So don't feel obligated that you have to really respond to everything that was said today, because we'll
Right.
have further opportunities to discuss this.
Thank you. And, I'll contrast this procurement process to the procurement process that I've been very familiar with, thanks to the City of Fort Lauderdale. I've been a volunteer on the CRA board for almost 7 years. And when we are presented a proposal, we get a binder full of information. It used to be couriered to my home, and I would look through the binder, and it would have all kinds of documents that would describe what the intent is, what the business plan is, who all of the players are with their whole bio background, all of that. And those are for a $50,000 facade improvement in a lot of cases. And here we are with a $100 million proposal, and we're now, 78 meetings and 18 months into it, we're finding out who some of the players are and what the timeline is and what some of the financials are. So, contrasting this procurement process with other procurement processes within the city, I think leaves some questions here. And it goes through with respect to the way the unsolicited proposal works. Once it was accepted, then there needed to be bids. There needed to be a solicitation of competing bids, because the whole point is that the city needs to make sure that they're getting best value for money. And there was a notice, but we haven't seen the bid package to see if it was really specified so that other parties could compete. So there are things like that we just really want to see that there's been due diligence done, and that the needs of the neighborhood are represented. Once again, the need was really for a park. We haven't seen, there wasn't an unsolicited proposal for a park, fair enough, but there was never a solicited proposal for a park either. So yes, we're getting some green space in here, but the bottom line is it's a private commercial development that will decide who gets to go onto that space. And so yes, it will, Jeff John will determine, and he wants to have a garden. I have no objection to that. But, they might, you never know who another commercial vendor is going to decide can be on that land and who can't be. So that's our concern.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Boileau, can you respond to the comment that she just made with regard to what other opportunities, let me rephrase that. What happened once the city commission accepted the tender of the unsolicited proposal? How did that go out to the rest of the community to invite others to compete with that proposal?
That's all dictated under 255.065. It's the P3 statute that has two types of P3s. Obviously, there's solicited and unsolicited. We were presented with an unsolicited proposal, which requires at that point, once the commission accepts the proposal and thinks it's a good idea, to provide notice through the mechanisms delineated in the
Which we did.
Which we did.
Okay.
And we publicized that for a period of 2 weeks. And we selected, or you selected a 60-day competitive period for other proposals to come in. Now, the way unsolicited proposals work versus a solicited proposal is a solicited proposal, we would put out a design criteria package or some sort of solicitation document, which would provide specifics as to what we want. That's not permitted for an unsolicited proposal because the components of that unsolicited proposal are exempt from disclosure. Because if you put out there what's been presented to you right at that stage, you're now completely eliminating the competitive process for those that may want to have their own proposal considered for that particular parcel.
So the proponent doesn't have to reveal their ideas and their recommendations because then it would just give someone else an opportunity to gut it and to and would give them an unfair advantage, is what you're saying? Is that
Right.
how that?
In 2016, the statute was amended by the Florida legislature to add that competitive component in regards to the exemption, because what was happening is there was a feeling that if a proposer would be reluctant to bring an unsolicited proposal because here's my great idea, and then everybody else could copy it because it would be in the public realm. So we don't, that's why the notice we provide is that we've received an unsolicited proposal for this parcel of land. If you all have ideas or have a proposal of your own that you want to submit for this parcel of land, go ahead and do so. You have 60 days to do that. And once we receive those, if any, they're considered by the commission. And in the cases where you have more than one, you rank them and you decide which one would be a better idea. But it's not one where we receive an unsolicited proposal, reveal the details, and then specify exactly how you can compete with this proposal, tit for tat in a
All right,
sense.
so during those 2 months, did we receive any qualified competing proposals?
No.
Okay. All right.
And Mayor, if I just might add to that, and maybe City Attorney can comment. So, because we heard the words bid package, we heard other things that sometimes people might get confused. This was not an RFP, and there was no bid package.
No bid package,
Nothing,
no RFP,
exactly.
nothing.
Right, that's not the process that we're involved in right now, and that's important to make that distinction between an RFP and an unsolicited proposal, which we're looking at now. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but as the mayor said, this is a conversation. We're seeing a little bit more meat on the bone now for the public to also see, but this is really early because if the city commission does decide to move forward with this, whenever we vote, whenever that date comes, then this will go through our typical development review process, correct?
Correct.
In other words, we'll have to see very specific site plans, not just a sketch. We'll have to see all of the details that would go through development review. All city staff departments would have to go through it. All comments will be submitted. All comments will have to be satisfied. Public can attend that DRC meeting. Public can then attend a planning and zoning board meeting where I would assume this project would come, and then eventually to the city commission. In other words, the public process, even though it has been going on since 2018 in terms of input, meetings, et cetera, is really just still getting going, and there'll be quite a bit more in terms of input and availability for folks to weigh in and attend public hearings, correct?
Correct, and just to accentuate the fact that the site plan review process is post-comprehensive agreement. You do have to sort of solidify that agreement with the proposer with all the terms that typically are mandated through the statute. The specifics of site plan approvals, that whole DRC process occurs post-comprehensive agreement.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Great. Okay, I'm going to call names by threes so that the first person that I call, that person I please ask to appear at the podium if you're in person or be prepared to speak if you're online. And it's Larry Foreman, followed by Linda Carlson, followed by Thomas Beno Hansen. He's appearing virtually. So is Larry Foreman here in the room? Larry, hey.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to assume in my short presentation that the agreement is going to be signed. And I have two major issues with thank you. I have two major issues with it in its current form, which I only received late last night. The developer is being granted full operating access or in a sense, ownership to what we estimate to be a $40 million property. And at the least, in my opinion, the city should attain a fair market return on as a return on asset. Since the agreement is essentially a ground lease, and the market rate for ground leases is 7%, that would yield $3 million a year, not the incremental levels that you have and raising up to $1 million. Secondly, beyond the rent, what's in it for the city? I mean, we're basically just getting a return on the asset. That's a break even. What's in it for the city if we're going to afford this opportunity to the developer? We should share in the opportunities, the profits in the form of royalties. I know you didn't want to get into the details of ticket counting, et cetera, but a royalty at somewhere around the level of 15% is well suited. He's using our land, he's using our image that has taken many years, many years, and our brand in a sense. And under customary situations like this, there would be a royalty involved. Again, I suggest 15% would be the amount that would make for a fair, equitable
15%
partnership.
of what?
Of gross revenues.
Okay.
Gross revenues, including sales, distribution rights, et cetera, all of the, from top to bottom. Secondly, the agreement is still lacking. There are dozens of existing concerns that require clarity. There are some issues that are missing. For example.
Well, wait a minute. Time is up. So if you want to write those down to us and send them by an email, we'll all be happy to read them. And I appreciate your taking that time.
That was my last 1 minute that I thought I was going to have.
Well, you had 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Linda Carlson, followed by Thomas Beno Hansen, followed by Janet Scraper. He did? Okay. Did you want to speak in her place? What is your name? Did you, hi Tim, I can't see I don't have my glasses on. Did you get sworn in? Okay. Why don't you come in after Thomas and then we'll have you come speak, okay? But you got to go to the clerk and be sworn in. Thank you. Is Thomas Beno Hansen on the line?
I am. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Thank you. It is. I just wanted to share a little bit of the reality. I live, my family and I live about 1 block north of 301 North Andrews.
Uh-huh.
Sarah, my wife, and I have been in town since 1999. We have young children. We were here way before Flagler Village started really growing to where it is today. We love it here. We love the live, work, play. We operate businesses here. Our children, Alexandra and Victor, 11 and 12 years old, they really grew up in that 301 parcel. Every day we walked there. We have great concerns about developing that parcel the way it's being presented. And I just wanted to voice those concerns to you and the commissioners today and really urge you to vote against overdevelopment of that parcel. And that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. Tim, are you ready? So it'll be Tim, followed by Janet Scraper, Janet, you signed up twice. You can only speak, though, once. Okay. Okay. Hello, Tim.
Hi, I'm Tim Powers. I'm a resident of Flagler Village in the adjoining block to this proposed project. I'm also a realtor here for 25 years, so I've seen the city grow and I see all kinds of exciting things happening. My concern for this is we really need a park. We really need a park, and all these things about homelessness, we're going to have those issues in any park, no matter whether we have this park or another park. All of these plans that they're proposing, great idea, but we don't have another opportunity for a piece of land like this ever again for a park. Seems like they're very well funded, and that funding could probably allow them to go out and buy their own piece of land and build this wonderful project somewhere else. There is no mention of alcohol sales. There's no mention of time. This is not the Broward Center where they're going to close at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock when an event is over. We're talking about where is the parking, where's the traffic study, where is all of that in this proposal? Because as a resident of this neighborhood, it's wonderful to go to sleep at night. And in about 2 years' time or 3 years' time when this is built, it will be impossible. If you look at Broward Boulevard and what's happening at Revolution Live and all the clubs there, at midnight, you cannot drive on Broward Boulevard. There's backup. There's not enough parking. There's not enough traffic. So we need a park, and we got to look at these people. And Mr. Mayor, I don't want to hold you accountable, but I did send you an email prior to the campaign and asked you where you stood on this, and you said unequivocally, we should not compromise on this piece of land. Thank you.
So, Tim, why don't you stay at the podium?
Sure.
Because I want to respond to a couple of things you said. With regard to parking, I believe there's a parking garage across the street, which is, how many spaces is that, Chris?
If you're referring to the one here at City Hall, or
No, the one at Brightline.
so it's 6 or 7 levels. It's just in the hundreds, 300-400 spaces.
Right. So there is a parking garage across the street. So there's that, plus the city parking garage, which is behind our building, which is how many spaces?
Ben, do you know off the top of your head how many?
We don't know how many spaces are in our own parking garage? I think there's over 500.
Yeah, we have long-term parking leases for both
Right.
floor 2 and 3, so those are not available to the public. We maintain parking on the first floor and the 4th floor.
Okay. So, and also, you said, there will always be homeless people. We shouldn't have to worry about that.
I'm not saying we shouldn't worry about it. I'm saying
Yeah,
that
wait,
our
wait,
parks-
wait, 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 wait. Yes, did Ben want to say something? Oh. And there's the county garage across the street from there too, which is almost another 800 parking spaces. Right, and then our other garage over there. So I think parking is we got that settled. But in terms of homelessness, this is very important to everyone in the community. And this city has, and this commission, to its credit, has done a heroic job in trying to do its best to try to minimize the amount of homelessness we see in our streets. But the reason why I brought up the 2 federal court cases at the beginning of this discussion was to say to everyone, let's not repeat our own mistakes, okay? So Stranahan Park has been an unfortunate episode in our community, that along with the front steps of the county library. Let's learn from that mistake, all right? So it's my opinion I'm not saying I'm speaking for the rest of the commission, but it's my opinion based on the federal court cases that I have read, that if the public entity, such as Fort Lauderdale, is owning and managing a space, all right, then everyone is invited to be on that, and that's open space, okay? So if the city could contemplate another scenario in which open space can be open to everybody, all right, but managed by a private entity that can sift through elements that deter others from wanting to ever go there. In other words, if a private entity could manage the space and not allow panhandlers and not allow public food sharing on that space, would that not be an option that the city should consider and not just say, oh, well, there'll always be homeless people and just live with it? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
No, I agree. Well, it does make sense, but
Why does it make sense?
what you're saying is absolutely accurate. I've been part of this panel with the homeless, and I was in City Hall when the panel happened. It is a problem. It's throughout the entire city, and it's a very complex answer. But I haven't heard anything about what the developer is going to do. I mean, one security guard when there's a concert going, and I mean, we've got to have it under control, but we could fence it. There's all kinds of options out there. Just selling our soul.
We could put a 20-foot wall around it, but you still have to let everybody use it.
Exactly. But if you have limited hours, as was discussed, and the park closes at a certain time, then there's ways to enforce it. I don't hear anything
I'm
about
not worried about the nighttime. I'm worried about the daytime.
I'm worried about it all.
I beg your pardon?
I said I'm worried about it all, daytime and nighttime, of course.
Right, but the nighttime, if a park is closed.
Right now, that is fenced. There are no homeless people living in there.
Because no one can go on there.
Exactly.
All right, but once we open it up, everybody's allowed there. So let's try to be smart about this and not repeat mistakes that the city has suffered from in the past. And I'm not saying that this is necessarily the answer, but it certainly is something that we have contemplated trying to partner with somebody, because we alone as a municipality have our hands tied in these situations.
I understand that.
Let's not be naive to that fact. If we have this as a public park, especially right here, which is the vortex of homelessness has been for decades, where the tree was a triage center, where we had Tent City here for months and months, where the bus station has attracted homelessness, where we continue to see so many homeless people living and walking in and around that area.
Right. I see most of this on county property, not the city property.
It's still
Bus
within the
station
city.
is a county property.
It's still within the city.
I understand, but the city hasn't had that under control, so why are they going to have it under control now? The bus station is staying.
Okay, I just wanted to point that out.
I appreciate it.
Okay,
Glad you heard me. Thank you.
Tim.
All right, Mayor, I just want to jump in here because I think we have many urban parks that the city does a very good job working with. And I think we're also doing a great job on helping those who are homeless and experiencing homeless and getting them the services they need. And so I think we can do both. So I want to be careful about us saying that that we're not doing a great job in helping and serving those who are experiencing homelessness. And we still have great urban parks that are just fantastic.
Okay, first of all, Ben, I was only as I pointed out at the beginning, I was only expressing my own opinion. And
I hear you. I'm sharing mine. Yeah.
And secondly, I just want you to know that we have a continuing problem at Stranahan Park. And when I asked this county administrator, why is it that we still have a fenced off area in front of the county library? It's been there for over 3 years. She said to me she'll never take that fence away until she knows there'll never be a homeless person that would occupy that area. It's been 3 years. It's an eyesore in the city, and I said, you cannot leave it that way. But it's a public space. It's a public plaza. And everybody is entitled to occupy public space. That's just the reality.
Absolutely.
So
and I think we do a great job in our city's public space. As you know, I mean, you've worked on this longer than me, but the county has different approach to a lot of this. And I think we diverge in that from the city, and we're doing a great job in helping our homeless.
Okay. Janet Scraper, she's appearing virtually, followed by Sheila Franklin, who's appearing virtually, and Stephen Peters, who's appearing virtually. Janet, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you might run across my name a few more times because I couldn't get onto the Zoom meeting, so I had to keep signing up, and it took an extra day to be able to get on.
No problem.
So,
go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, thank you for allowing us to speak on this. My issue is that, I don't see any evidence of an established need for an entertainment venues or food and beverage outlets that would have led the commission to enter into this project in the first place. I mean, to say that it was a qualifying project. However, there's a lot of evidence that the city has established need for park and open space as indicated in the Fort Lauderdale Comprehensive Plan and the Downtown Master Plan. And I could go through all those because I have them all right here highlighted, but everybody knows and everybody has so far said that they understand we need this. After hearing some comments, I might be persuaded a little bit on a cultural center, but I just don't get that food and marketplace thing. We have right now vacant retail restaurant space all over the city on the ground floors of the residential buildings that have been proposed. And we have a bunch of new buildings going up right in that neighborhood that are also planning on having restaurant space or whatever, something rented down there. And we just opened Sistrunk Marketplace, which sounds like a somewhat similar thing. And it's still trying to get its legs. And I don't think that we need to build a thing that's going to compete with the non-subsidized businesses in the area that are trying to get enough business to survive, or the developers that are trying to lease out their buildings to people, restaurants, retail, whatever, in order to pay the bills because they had to buy the land and develop the property. So I have a really big concern about the food and beverage aspect of this project in particular.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Janet.
Is that it?
The 2 minutes are up.
Okay, one quick thing.
Yes.
They do not close Millennial Park and all these places that were mentioned. They're not closed. They don't seem to have a homeless problem. So there's got to be some other way to look at that.
Okay, thank you, Janet.
Hey, Mayor, it's Ben. At some point I didn't get to finish my other question with Jeff. Okay. Just the blade, Mayor. I just wanted to understand again. I just haven't understood this. How many stories and what's in each story? Just at some point.
Stephanie, do you want, or Jeff, do you want to respond to that?
Commissioner.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah,
Commissioner, to address your question there. You have, as you know, the cultural center we discussed, and then the marketplace and the Blade. So as we talked about, 4 components use of this project. First and foremost, the park. Second is the cultural center. Third is the marketplace and private event space. We have so much development, so many companies, so many corporations coming down here. We have and I'm in this business. I'm actually one of the largest rooms in Fort Lauderdale to date. So we have a lack of grade A private event space in town. So the Blade is actually, if you want to look at it, it's A+ private event space. We have all these brand new beautiful hotels in town, and I would like to see the city retain those corporations in town while they're using the venues in town instead of going to Hollywood or instead of going to Pompano or instead of going down to Miami. Mm-hmm. So, Signature Grand, yeah, exactly. So to address the marketplace, we feel there's a wonderful need, and what is going to make this property iconic is both my partner and I, we've been well-traveled. We've been to Europe many times, been to Asia, been all over, and really done a lot of work on these beautiful old market/food halls. And if you've been to Berlin to the Clos du Bas, or you've been to Harrods, or you've been to a couple of these magnificent structures, we want to bring in what our plan is to develop is a beautiful market where you have the fishes, the meats, the cheese, the breads, and you have little seatings at all these little stations. So they're not so much restaurants in the market, but they're seating where you can sit and get your fish or get your meat and sit your cheese and wine. And then what we had on top of that would be layered with like the shuk. Yeah, that's a great call. Like the shuk in Israel, exactly. And then on top of that, we would layer it with great world-flavored restaurants we want to bring culture to this city. We want to bring inspiring chefs. We want to bring different foods. We want to highlight culture at our place. So we want to bring beautiful, colorful restaurants and operators from around into this and invite them into this facility. So you would have, first is the park, second the cultural center, third is the marketplace, and fourth is the private events. So we were looking at about 40,000 square feet, roughly, of grade A plus private event space on the east side of Fort Lauderdale.
So, Mayor, I just want to make that distinction because to answer Janet's question, and a lot of people asked this when she said this is going to be competition for Sistrunk Marketplace, and another beautiful venue in District 2, I might add. But if we look at this, again, I want to emphasize the fact that this is a totally different experience than the Sistrunk Marketplace. The Sistrunk Marketplace, you cannot just walk around and see those displays of the various foods that you've just mentioned. This is a whole different type of a market, a different type of a food hall, and I'm glad you brought that up today, and I'm glad that Commissioner Sorensen asked that question, because there is that misperception out there that this is going to be just a food court. It's not a food court,
This
correct?
is a high-end European-style market/food hall. It is apples to grapefruits to the Sistrunk Market.
Yes,
And I actually think, like the Broward Center, sir, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No.
I think we could work in conjunction with them, and we build synergy, and we bring more and fill the area. I think it can only be synergetic with the marketplace.
And Mayor, we often hear from people and about the event space, which is also the element that you're proposing. I don't know about you, but every time I see an invitation for the Signature Grand, I get nauseous to think I have to schlep out to that place. It's like, who wants to go to the Signature Grand? So I would love to have that actually in our city, and people won't have to go and have those events at the Signature Grand, which, don't get me started on the Signature Grand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Jeff. Let me just hold on. Let me just keep you up there because so I get the concept. So I understand that, and then just walk me through. Okay, so the first floor of the Blade. What's on the first floor?
The first floor of the Blade's actually on top of the marketplace. So the ground floor is the marketplace.
Or whatever. What's the ground floor of this second building? I guess
it is a full-blown European-style food marketplace/food hall. So you can walk right in. And
so that's a food hall on the first floor.
And it's also still
the second floor
conceptual rendering. We're still got to go as
sure.
the site.
Yeah, I just want to understand. Yeah. So second floor would be what?
There would actually be, if you look at it, there is about 3 floors of the food hall. And then on top of the marketplace and food hall is the private event space, which is called the Blade.
Okay. And how many floors of private event space?
We actually just refined it again and have 4.
4. So 3.
Commissioner, don't be misled by the number of floors because these are high ceiling floors. Do you have an elevation how high the total building is going to be?
160.
I think it's going to be like 80 or 90 feet. Is it not?
No, the food hall with the Blade.
Yeah.
Is about 160. Yeah. Go ahead, Michael.
But again, these are renderings.
Well, do you have an answer?
These are so the one that you've seen in the pictures is 160, but they're renderings.
The 160?
They're rendered. Yes, they're rendered at 160 is what you've looked at. Yes.
Okay.
But that's again, we have to go through a full site plan process, so it's not. It's at this point, other than concepts, we have nothing beyond concepts.
Okay.
And one thing I would add in there, Mayor and Commission, is the Blade would still be under all the surrounding buildings. The Hilton is higher.
You mean it would be lower in height?
It would be lower in height. So the Hilton, Fat City, all the development around would be looking down into this facility, would not obstruct views from being up top.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, and I understand this is just concepts, but I'm trying to understand the basic concept. 3 stories of food hall, this dining experience and so forth, and then 4 of kind of private event space, like the Signature Grand, and just give me a square footage estimate. Again, I don't know all the details, but how many square foot about does Signature Grand have, and how many would these 4 stories be, just so I can kind of.
We're looking at about 12,000 square feet per floor on that Blade. In terms of the Signature Grand, I'm sorry, I don't know the exact square footage of that unit. I'm sorry.
Okay. But it would meant to be private event space, conferences,
breakfast,
maybe even
lunches, conferences,
dinners,
shows, product launches. Exactly.
So 7 stories total. They're high stories. I understand that. Okay. And then the cultural center, basically 2 stories almost, and primarily for the events. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Michael put an atrium in the ground floor. So the ground floor has a beautiful atrium in the middle of it. Right. I don't know if you want to say 2 words on that, but yeah.
Yeah. For this atrium, we've got all 3 floors of the lower part of the building opening out to the atrium. I want to just clarify too, the 4th floor is actually the deck of the podium building. It's open. It's an open air space that's going to be used for outdoor dining. And then the next 4 floors above are the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Okay.
Okay. So it's 8 stories we're looking at.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Any further questions?
That's good for now for me. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, very good. Thank you. Just to back up here a little bit, the question when Tim was up here asking about parking issues, it seems that the Brightline parking garage is 550 spaces. The City Hall's lot is 1,300, but we have only access to about 575. And then, of course, there's the 2 parking garages a block away, and then the county's garage. But I just wanted to clear up any misinformation I may have given out earlier.
Mayor, I can add to that last comment that was made about Signature Grand. That just their website reports that their largest ballroom is 20,000 square feet.
20,000, yeah, it's a huge space.
And Mayor, just so I'm making sure I'm tracking this as well. I remember maybe the initial version of this I saw was like, I think the park space would be elevated or something. So if I'm understanding this right, the park space is like ground floor. It's not elevated. Am I tracking that all right?
Yes, and also, Commissioner, keep in mind that there are going to be a lot of questions we're all going to have. You know, you're always welcome to meet with these folks after today's meeting. Today's meeting was intended to at least allow the proponents to bring their initial layout of what they're hoping to accomplish here. A lot of the questions you're asking about details and so forth, number one, they haven't really been refined yet, as I'm beginning to see. And number 2, we always have the opportunity, just like anyone in the community has the opportunity to come to us and ask further questions about these details once they become solidified. So keep that in mind going forward.
Oh, absolutely. But this is for the public too. The public, are interested in hearing some of these concepts too. So it's beneficial, I think, for everyone.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, good.
So we have Sheila Franklin, followed by Stephen Peters, followed by Renee Quinn. Is Stephen Peters on the, Sheila Franklin on the line? Sheila Franklin?
Do not see that name.
Okay. Stephen Peters? Stephen, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Stephen?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, how are you, Stephen?
Good, thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm a little incensed by this particular project. And I'd like to let you know that this comprehensive plan, as well as the project itself, should be scrapped entirely the way it's currently proposed. Imagine the thousands of people going to the private food hall, which they're calling it the event space, and attending the concert venue, spilling out onto the grounds after a concert lets out, being served alcohol. And then imagine the mayhem that would ensue thereafter. The comprehensive agreement would allow open container alcohol inside and outside of the venue, potentially having thousands of inebriated people gathering on the property and adjacent areas after the party's over at 2 a.m. That's, if I'm correct, it is 2 a.m. Even if some may not drink alcohol, imagine the traffic gridlock, the noise, the rowdy behavior, and an assortment of crime that this development would contribute to. I mean, it's not Revolution Live, but this is a Revolution Live 2.0. I didn't move to Flagler Village to have a concert hall right across the street from where I live. If I wanted that, I would have moved closer to the entertainment district. And despite what some may believe that do not live in Flagler Village, this is, in fact, a quiet residential neighborhood. This is not Las Vegas. To the north, right across the street, there are over 1,000 residents who live in condos. And across the street to the west, there are over 150 families with children who live there. There's also 2 hotels on either side of the proposed project. And just imagine the people trying to sleep there and having to hear all the raucous behavior that will take place, disturbing their quiet enjoyment every single night that it's open. The city has already invested in or owns all of the venues necessary to attract shows that serve an audience capacity of up to 3,000 people. The Parker, the War Memorial, the 4 existing venues at the Broward Center, as well as having numerous cultural venues in Fat Village, Mass Arts District, and the Girls Club Art Gallery.
Okay, Stephen, your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to voice my concern.
All right, thank you so much.
Mayor, I think it's also an important concern, and thank you for letting me ask this question of Ms. Toothaker, if possible, because I want to address that concern about mayhem. So because this has been a concern I've heard, obviously I've been involved in this project now for several years, just seems longer. But I wanted to ask you, those claims that we just heard about people spilling out into the open space after let's say a show, a concert, an event in the event space, or even just the restaurant. When I read the comprehensive agreement, I read very specific language about security. And I read about, especially now that the venues have been pushed to the far west corner of the site, the egress and ingress is not through the park. And so help me understand how the concern of Mr. Peters will be addressed in terms of crowd control, security, rowdiness, nuisance, noise, et cetera.
Well, first of all, thank you, Commissioner, for giving me the opportunity to respond to that. We heard that a lot, and I do think that's a valid concern. It's one that you raised as well. One of the things that we did first and foremost is we redesigned the cultural center so that the entrance to it actually does not face into the park. I think that's a really important concept because what we added to the comprehensive agreement as a sister to that is that we would have at a minimum, not a maximum, at a minimum, we would always have an off-duty police officer after every show to escort people out of the cultural center and to leave if they parked at the Brightline garage, or if they parked in the city garage, or if they took the Brightline, we escort them out. We also do not want, it's not to our benefit, it's not to the city's benefit to have people spilling out into the park creating mayhem. We tried to make that very clear through the comprehensive agreement. We made it clear through committing ourselves to having an off-duty police officers to escort people out. And I brought Jeff up because he obviously has, a concert venue that, as we explained, is not moving. This is not Revolution Live. But I am going to ask him to talk about the security because he does have a long-standing, very, very good relationship with Fort Lauderdale Police. And he does already employ a tremendous amount of security. So I'd like you just to talk about your vision of security in addition to what's in the comprehensive.
Sure. Thanks, Stephanie. Thanks, Commission. Number one, first and foremost to me, is safety. Safety, safety, safety. I don't think I would be here today after 19 years of running a 35,000 square foot venue in downtown Hemmershey if I was a bad operator, if I served underage kids, if I didn't control mayhem that came out of my venue. I think I've shown over 20 years that I can operate a venue successfully, safely, cleanly, and there's a reason why the #1 promoter in the world I'm exclusive partners with, and they have backed us on this project. Security is huge for me. I have a wonderful working relationship with the police. Unfortunately, I have to call them a lot because of where my venue is located. I don't know if you guys know or anyone knows, but if you come down to Hemmershey at 7 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning when I try to go to work or my staff comes to work and we park in the parking lot and try to walk across the street, and there are issues. I have the relationship where I can call our police officers, whether it's the chief, whether it's the officers, whether it's the detail, and say, guys, I have a problem. Would you please come down here and help us? We have, whether it's intoxication, whether it's a break-in, whether it is whatever it is in that area, we have young girls that work for us, we have young men that work for us, and the safety is number one. I have the relationship to work with them on a day-to-day basis. You could talk to the detail about how we run our establishments. We are an upscale establishment, and we look forward to coming to the new place.
No, and I thank you for that, and I want to make sure moving forward, if the commission does move forward with this project, that we make sure that this is as tight as possible so people feel safe and secure at all times of the day and night. So thank you, Mayor.
To Stephanie's point, I would add, not only do we have detail, 2 officers at Revolution Live at every show we do, we keep them for an hour after to ensure that everybody leaves safe and sound. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Renee, before you speak, David McClymont is here from the Kravis Center. He asked to speak before he has to leave. Good afternoon, David. Welcome to Fort Lauderdale.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. I'm David McClymont. I'm a native resident of Palm Beach County, and I'm here today in support of a couple close friends that are involved in this project. But I'm also here today as a supporter of and a leader in the arts and someone who's very passionate about building community through the arts. I, like many of you, appreciate the arts. I think that it's part of what makes a community better, stronger, and special, and impacts so much of what we do. The arts touch all of us and come to us in life in so many different ways, from entertainment on stages, to arts festivals, exhibitions, and shows, to educational programs in our schools, and so much more. The arts industry enhances tourism, it positively impacts economic development, and promotes cultural diversity. We are all so fortunate to live and work in communities that support an artistic vision. It benefits all of us. I grew up here in South Florida, and I remember a time when if you wanted to go get world-class entertainment, you actually had to take a trip to New York. Thanks to our government, our community, and our business leaders, that landscape has certainly changed. We've all gone through a very difficult time during the past 18 months, and many industries have suffered. I can speak firsthand to the challenges that we have had celebrating our 48th anniversary season at the Palm Beach Symphony. So many organizations did a phenomenal job of pivoting virtually, bringing the arts to the community as a way to inspire and connect us during uncertain times. And we're so lucky to have the opportunity to experience the arts in South Florida. The arts create thousands of jobs, as I mentioned, enhance tourism, and positively impact economic development, not in millions of dollars, but in billions of dollars. It's why people visit, move here, live here, and ultimately enjoy a superior quality of life. And I think that's all what we're looking to strive for. So thank you for this opportunity, Mayor.
Great, thank you so much. So I'd like to invite Renee Quinn. Renee, are you still on the line? Renee? Can you unmute yourself?
She's there. Star 6, Renee.
Renee, star 6.
I'm here.
Okay, great.
Hi, guys. Sorry about that. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I'm in transit. Sorry. I would be there. I have a commitment with United Way, so I am here speaking virtually. Mayor, Steve, and commissioners, most of you know me, but for those who don't, I am a resident of Avia Flagler Village here in the heart of Flagler since 2018, and I'm a business owner of my own business called Quinn Pro Quo Consulting for the past 11 years in Fort Lauderdale. I've been a very active part of our community as a director of Comerica Private Banking here in Flagler Village for 12 years. So I was here when not many other people were here. And as past president, board chair, and a current advisory board member for Riverwalk, which oversees most of the parks here in downtown. And I'm also on the Winterfest board. So what's really important is that during the last, I would say 18 months to 2 24 months, I was part of Flagler Village Association as the vice president with Michelle Nunziata. And during that time, we held multiple meetings with you, Dean Trentalis, and Steve, and Chris Lagerbloom, and Phil Thornburg, to educate and inform. You should be able to access all those board meeting minutes on the Flagler Village website. Those are minutes that are available to everybody. My position has always been the same. I support the P3 process and our commissioner's decision to proceed in this direction for the commercially zoned land known as one-stop property. I support the best and highest use of city-owned property as determined by the commission, who have a global view of our city needs. While land in question is valuable, the commission has been charged with finding the best and highest use of this commercial building lot. There are many of us that want a vibrant Flagler Village. We want a gateway to the downtown to have an iconic park space for the entire city and district to enjoy. My park space is key to downtown, but it isn't just grass. Please understand that city parks have buildings and community centers and other facilities available within. Holiday, Carter, Hardy, Lockhart, many other city parks contain structures. We do not need another city park. We have many of those, probably, I think, in Broward County, over 500 parks. We deserve something more and something better. I've known Jeff John since he first came to my bank at Comerica to obtain financing for his business over 17 years ago. As a business owner and former Rio Vista resident, Jeff deserves to be heard, not through Flagler Village Civic Association's voice, but his own. He has been a community resource and supporter to many organizations, and invaluable dollars have been raised, and you can find that on their website. Okay. During the process, a lot of fake news has been disseminated as truth. I am so disappointed in my former Flagler Village Civic Association board members. When did this unhinged behavior become okay to say anything, do anything about an issue, to bully anyone that doesn't think a certain way? Please, let's work together to build our community and not tear it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. I now invite Philip Dunlop, followed by Vicky Mowry, followed by Martha Gutierrez Steinkamp. Mr. Dunlop, how are you today?
Sorry, it's a long trek from the east side of the room. Sorry, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Philip Dunlap. I am a resident of the Pearl in Flagler Village. I also have to, in full disclosure, for those of you that don't know me, I am the director of Broward County's Cultural Division, so I have definitely have a vested interest in arts and culture here in Fort Lauderdale. This is a huge opportunity to create something that is truly unique and that elevates the arts community. It's encouraging for me to see how this city is continuing to invest in arts and culture beyond what we always do. Regardless of the outcome, this is going to transform the neighborhood. The commission and the developer have chosen to put arts and culture and public purpose at the forefront of this conversation. But the devil is always in the details, and in some cases, with a comprehensive agreement, for my tasters, some lack of details, specifically in the process. I support an arts park. I support a cultural center. What I want to know is, once this agreement is signed, what's the commission and the public's ability to hold the parties accountable for the details, and because these details are going to be the key factors to the success or failure of this venture. How's the community going to be involved in the design and programming phases of the project? Who is going to decide? If the space is not designed with the potential community arts partners specifically at the table, the ultimate project will have limited availability to be of true benefit to the local arts community and the public purpose. The due diligence phase is a must. So I do support this project, but there's a lot of emphasis on the public purpose and service to the arts community, the local arts partners, and being clear on how those partners are going to be around the table and part of the discussion and part of the solution is going to be extremely important. I also just, have some concerns about specific sections of the conference agreement. I'm happy to put in writing the limitation on 10% of seated capacity, especially when serving an arts community that's primarily comprised of organizations with budgets under $100,000 is going to do nothing but exclude those needing venues and places to perform much needed space. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I ask Mr. Dunlap just two questions?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Now, when you moved to Fort Lauderdale from the Midwest, what, about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
2.5 years ago.
2 years. Great timing. Let me ask you a question. Why did you choose Flagler Village?
I didn't know anybody. I didn't know where to go. I had a realtor that my friend Stacy Ritter connected me with, and I said, I want to be close to work, and I want to be in a place that's walkable and that has things to do. I lived in a very vibrant neighborhood in St. Louis, Missouri, where I could walk to everything, get my hair cut, buy groceries, get my coffee shop, go have a drink, all this kind of stuff, see a show. And I found a place in Flagler Village, and I really do like it here. But before I took my job, somebody that took my job with the county, somebody that's from this area that I know from St. Louis looked at me and said, thank God you're going there because you need to bring culture. And I said, I think there's a lot here, but when I get here, there's a lack of venues. And to the point of the folks that spoke previously to me, there is a serious lack of venues, not only for theater, not only for live music performances, that other cities have a lot to offer that this city is seriously lacking.
Yes, and actually, I'm glad you brought that up. That leads to my next question, because when I actually did work in the county cultural division years ago, I always heard that there are a lack of venues. And I hear that to this day when I meet with folks from the arts community, lack of venues. Can a city ever have too many cultural centers?
I'm quite partial. I say no. But I think to Mr. John's standpoint, this is less a conversation of competition within Fort Lauderdale, although I think competition is healthy, and I think some folks in this community that have benefited from a lack of competition could use some competition, but I think this is more a regional conversation, and we're talking about something that could poach business and people from Miami and other areas, so I look at it as, hey, bring it on, let us get into the game.
And since you've been here a short time, are we drowning in culture?
I wouldn't say drowning. There's a very rich culture here, but we lack gathering spaces. We lack places to focus us and to bring us together, and this has a potential to do that.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Martha Gutierrez Steinkamp, followed by a group from the Venetian, Vicky Mowry, John Burns, and Shirley Smith, and Sharon White. Interesting. Okay, is Martha on the line?
Yes, I am.
Hey, Martha, how are you?
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm concerned that the P3 procurement process requires a need be established. We have not seen data that supports the need for this cultural facility, and I'm just hoping that after today we'll be provided with that information. However, my question is for Jeff, if I may speak to him for a second, the gentleman that brings the 1 million people to the cultural center.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. Jeff, I am the former deputy chairman of the National Endowment for the Arts by presidential appointment. So you can see or you can hear that I am an arts lover, but I am also a person very concerned about the public use of money or the use of public monies. So can you tell us if you can provide us a 5-year projected budget that indicates this facility will operate profitably without you having to access public monies such as grants?
Martha, I'm not sure that is part of the comprehensive agreement. They're just going to be paying us rent for the space. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Well, I just want to know if this cultural facility becomes a reality, how will it operate? Is it going to depend on the city, on the state, funds to operate, or are they having funds designated specifically to have that building operate profitably?
Well, there's no expectation of contribution from the city, I can tell you that.
Good.
We're not here to subsidize their operation. So they would be completely on their own. If they chose federal grants or state grants through whatever grant funding cycles there may be, that's totally up to them. But I can tell you right now that there's nothing in the comprehensive agreement that expects contributions from the city of Fort Lauderdale.
No, but the access to those public monies is important because that takes away for smaller organizations that right now already have a difficult time accessing those public funds. So it's important that we know they're not going to try to access those public funds.
Well, again, that's their choice. That's their choice. But there's no expectation of public funding from the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
You're welcome. Vicky Mowry, followed by John Burns, followed by Shirley Smith, followed by Sharon White. Is Vicky there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Vicky.
Yes, I am. Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, thank you for having this opportunity to speak with you, Mayor and Commissioners. I have just a few short words, and they are: one, stop, rethink. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
How much time do we have to rethink?
Thank you,
One,
Vicky.
two.
I think she was directing those words to you.
Okay, thank you. I'll start now.
Okay. John Burns, followed by Shirley Smith, followed by Sharon White. Are you still on the line?
I am here.
Hi, how are you, John?
I am here. In considering the future of this taxpayer-owned property, the commission should reflect on the vision of Frederick Olmsted, who is known as the father of landscape architecture and creator of many of America's famous urban parks, including New York City Central Park, the green space surrounding the Capitol, and the Biltmore Estate. During a century in which America was rapidly expanding and becoming more urban, very similar to Fort Lauderdale's urban core, Olmsted recognized the importance of green spaces for not only their beauty, but also how they could help reduce stress and allow people a quiet escape from the demands of a busy world. Olmsted did not include restaurants and bars and entertainment venues in his landscape designs. When you talk about Olmsted's iconic parks, you hear the words oasis and the ability to enjoy nature with carefully placed trees, shrubs, and parks. You don't marvel over thousands of square feet of buildings or wonder where your next meal is coming from. It seems that one focus of the commission is the concept in the current proposal in that someone else, not the city, will build and pay for the park. I wonder about the $14 million that's earmarked in the Parks Bond for future projects as to why the one-stop location couldn't be considered for using some of that $14 million. Let the developers build their structures elsewhere. The commission can contribute to building a sense of community by a well-designed green space that is available for all to use and enjoy. Thanks.
Thank you, John.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just, a historical correction for John. And John, I appreciate that you mentioned Frederick Law Olmsted. For more than 20 years, I lived in Buffalo, New York. Buffalo, New York was actually laid out and planned by Frederick Law Olmsted, all of the amazing parkways and the parks. And if you've ever spent any time in Buffalo, New York, you can go to those parks now and see amazing buildings in those parks. So I would take exception to that. What you said about just total green spaces, that's just not true. There are amazing museums in the parks in Buffalo, and restaurants and galleries, and I could go on and on and on. But I just needed to correct that because that's not 100% true. Again, I lived there for more than 20 years, and I'm very familiar with the landscape and the parks laid out by Frederick Law Olmsted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
I guess I lived also in Minneapolis for 25 years, which has an incredible public park space, and the opposite is true. There are not major buildings in the parks. It is a very well maintained public space area.
And I just went to the reimagining of the Parker Playhouse this past week. We have incredibly beautiful buildings in Holiday Park. And that is not unknown to have buildings in parks. In fact, in Holiday Park, we have the beautiful Parker Playhouse, 54 years old. It's been there. We have War Memorial Auditorium, the first civic center of Fort Lauderdale that was actually built in the park. I could go on and on. Thank you.
You have the Bridge Club. Okay, thank you. Shirley Smith, are you on the line? Shirley? Do you see Shirley? Okay. Sharon White, followed by Barbara Weinstein. Barbara, are you in the room? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Is this Sharon?
Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Is this Sharon?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sharon White.
Hi, Sharon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Well, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, I thank you for allowing me to speak at this meeting. I'll just come out and say it. I want a grass park. I'm very concerned about the city's ability to control the events at a structured venue, as we do not manage the venues and the events that exist now around the city. And we have to daily suffer with the noise that we seem to have no remedies for. We have a brand new convention center being built. We have renovations going on at the War Memorial and the Parker Playhouse. We have hundreds of top restaurants in this city that their seats are sitting empty. We have people that need room to play. They just need room to sit, room to rest, room to go out with their children, their spouse, their date. And we don't have enough places like that. Now, I do see some use at our new beach venue, and people enjoy the sitting around there. And fortunately, we have not had too many loud events there. They seem to be at a minimum. But I think that to put a loud venue or the potentially loud venue up in the middle of residential and hotel with the proximity, I just think it's too much, and I think you're going to wind up with more people making complaints on a daily basis.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
And have a nice.
Thank you. Barbara Weinstein, are you in the audience? Okay. Megan Kelly, is Megan Kelly virtually appearing?
Yes, I am.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak as everybody begins. I just wanted to speak on behalf of Leanne Barber because I've worked with Leanne on some of our community gardens across the city, and I just wanted to advocate for her as a leader and a sound mind in this space who really cares for our community and for the living world and for providing spaces for our community to reconnect and remember what it means to be alive. It's so easy to forget. I lead nature tours in Snyder Park, one of our city's parks, and the feedback I get from so many of the people who visit us on the tours throughout the years has been that it is a gift to have a place to remember and to relax, like that other woman just said, and to reconnect. And so my understanding, since I've been listening this whole time, is that this venue sounds great. I love live music. I love all these sorts of things, but there are so few places to connect with nature within the urban environment that I really suggest you all to reconsider because we are forgetting and it is causing some great harm in our community. So that's all I have to share. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Megan. John Rondinello, followed by Mary Fertig, followed by Keith Ruiz. Is John Rondinello in the room? Yes. Hello, John.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is John Rondinello. I am a resident of Flagler Village. I live right across the street from the vacant lot, the Eclipse West apartment building. located at 307 Northwest First Avenue. There, the area that was supposed to become a beautiful park now has been empty for many, many years. I've been living in Eclipse West since 2012. That area has been nothing since I've been there. There was a building there that was just an eyesore that, like you said. I have a dog. I have nowhere really to walk my dog. I have to get in my car. I drive to Coley Hammock Park, which is a 15-minute ride, $3.09 a gallon for gas now for me, when right across the street is an empty lot there that's been sitting vacant for years. And now all of a sudden, this big entertainment complex wants to be thrown up there, so said. So, plus on Northwest First Avenue, you have the buses going by, the speeding traffic going by. You have the gun shop right on the corner of Andrews and Northwest First Avenue. Who's going to want to go to an entertainment complex where you're going to have lunch with friends, which I got this in the mail yesterday. Go there, enjoy your day, have lunch with your friends, do yoga in the park while you're hearing gunshots going off? Come on, that's unbelievable. I would not want to be there and take my friends there. I go to Coley Hammock Park. It's peaceful. I lay my blanket down. I bring my dog. People are there with their kids, enjoying the scenery, the trees, the beauty. We don't need this in our village. Definitely not. Big mistake. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mary, followed by Keith Ruiz, who's appearing virtually, and Brian Koplowitz, who is appearing in person. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Dane. Good afternoon. Oh, I should say hi, Mayor. Don't take my seconds away for saying hi to you. I am here today on behalf of Lauderdale Tomorrow. We formed about 6 years ago as a grassroots group seeking to protect public lands and ensure that they are used for a public purpose. During our first year, a Flagler Village resident came to a meeting and educated us on the one-stop shop. Since that time, we have joined every effort to ensure that that a park is built on this land. I would just want to say that our priorities and goals that we send to you support this, have supported this since for the last 5 years. We want to make sure that impact fees are used correctly in this area, and we also want to make sure that the one-stop shop it complies with the downtown master plan as a park. The city has no ordinance governing P3s. We encourage you to act one before moving ahead with any more proposals. I've heard a lot of great ideas today, but I haven't really heard you talk to the business of this. So as part of any process on a P3 and a P3 ordinance, we advocate that the city require a needs assessment and appraisal of the property, a financial plan, the value for money analysis, and a risk assessment. In fact, we advocate this for all public properties, whether they are the subject of a P3 or a license agreement or a lease. We'd like to see you conduct a proper evaluation. I'm not going to speak as Mary Furting. I'm very disturbed about the comments I have heard about the homeless in our community at this meeting today. And I'm very disturbed in the comprehensive agreement about the attempts to take away our First Amendment rights. And even though the most recent version takes out the words First Amendment, the phrase is still there that says it. So I will tell you, I don't often say this, but as the daughter of a career military officer and the very proud mother of one, I know firsthand what has gone into securing our rights. And any attempt to scare us into giving up those rights is just plain wrong. Now, I would hope that every person in this room, whether they are on one side or the other, would agree with that. But I will tell you, I just don't like trying to make us afraid of people. Oh, and I'll take care of you. I don't want to end up like those people I'm seeing on the evening news who don't have the rights that we should cherish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
Mayor, can I ask you a question? Can you just clarify something for me? You said something about the comment we made about the homeless. Can you clarify that? What was,
You
what did
really
we say
want me
that
to
was so?
clarify that? You did not say anything, Commissioner McKenzie, and I would like to say, for the record, you did not say anything. And Commissioner Moritas did not say anything. And I probably agree with a lot of Commissioner Sorensen's comments, but comments that we need to be afraid of the homeless. And so we need to start licensing our parks out to private management so we don't have to let anybody in Fort Lauderdale who is homeless. And who knows what description tomorrow will bring of who we shouldn't allow in our parks. To say that we need to have private management so that people cannot feel free to assemble is wrong to me. And specifically the comments that were made about the homeless.
I don't.
And
She's referring to things that I said.
You said that?
I said that when considering this project, keep in mind that there are 2 federal court rulings that tie our hands with regard to what kind of activity can take place in our public parks. And I said, whether this is the solution or not, we have to keep in mind that we've had experiences in some of the parks here in our city where we have not been able to control who is able to take advantage of these parks.
Well, maybe that piece, but I didn't see it or hear it that way. I thought you were clarifying the law that if we do one thing, we can't expect to exclude anyone. We have to include everyone, right?
Correct.
That's the way I took it. So that's why I asked you to clarify.
Right. Okay. But I think there's a suggestion here that I'm advocating abridging a person's First Amendment rights to speech and assembly, and nothing can be further from the truth. But I think it's a red herring that someone's trying to throw out there to distract us from the real issue here.
Okay.
But just to be clear, the comprehensive agreement specifically includes language which will abridge your First Amendment rights. Just to be clear. So I didn't make that up. It's in the agreement. If you all ever get a chance to see it, maybe you'll see that.
Thank you.
You're entitled to your opinion. So Keith Ruiz, followed by Brian Koplowitz, followed by Abby Laughlin. Is Keith on the line?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, Keith.
Good afternoon. So I'm a longtime resident of Fort Lauderdale. I live in Avenue Lofts adjacent to the property. I think it's very revealing that no one in the local community who actually lives next to the site is really a proponent. I know I'm speaking very broadly, but there's a very vocal, I would say, group of individuals that definitely stand in clear opposition of this proposal. I think, no disrespect to Mr. John, I think it's fantastic ambitions to kind of develop the community. If he wants to develop an iconic cultural facility, which let's just not sugarcoat it, it's a music venue with concessions. He should redevelop Revolution Live, which he said himself is dilapidated. So, I don't know why we need to sacrifice potential public land that could be a fantastic public gathering place, park for our kids, and really an icon of Flag Grove Village in favor of a commercial development. I think the only proponents or endorsers I heard of this proposal have been a barbershop and a law firm. I'd love to see some kind of impact study that says we're not worried about parking. If we have 1,800 people attending a venue, what that's going to do to the local roads, just what it's going to do to our community overall. And it's to me just a really revealing situation that I don't really know if I've heard anyone that lives in this area that really endorses this project.
Okay.
And concerning the homelessness, if I may.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
I understand the concern that some people may have with regard to entertainment venues. And you live, and I see where you live, and did you know that there's an entertainment complex that's been approved by the city in principle just one block north of you that's intended to have restaurants, bars, entertainment? I didn't see you protest that.
Mayor, indeed, right? But it's not coming at the sacrifice of a public park.
And
let me be very, very clear.
While
I understand you're concerned about homelessness,
right,
we're sacrificing one demographic that we just think is undesirable for potentially another demographic, which may be around and rowdy, and we don't really know what that demographic is going to bring. So I understand the concerns about homelessness, but we have Peter Feldman Park, and we don't have a homelessness issue there. So there are cases in our local neighborhood where, it's, I think, an unfounded concern. Could it be a concern? Absolutely. But I just don't think we can live in fear. And because of that, prohibit this use for public space.
Okay, great. Thank you. Brian, followed by Abby Laughlin, followed by Woody Graber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the commissioners. I'm speaking as an employer in Fort Lauderdale, and as an employer, we compete for smart young talent. We compete against the cities of Miami, we compete against Palm Beach County, and a project like this makes our job easier to attract young professionals. A project like this gives young professionals a chance to live in downtown Fort Lauderdale without a car, a chance to walk to an upscale market, to walk to concerts, to art exhibits. It enhances our downtown corridor. So it enhances the quality of life, and it makes employers like me, it gives us the upper hand when we're trying to recruit young professionals. But we need to be realistic about the homeless situation. And this is sad, and it brings me no joy in explaining the reality of the situation. But if this is a grass park, as many are calling for, and listen, it sounds great on paper, but the reality is a grass park equals a magnet for a homeless population. And that's awfully sad, but it's true. A public-private partnership that secures this property, it's lit at night, it's got the security, it can offer more than our city's budget can. So, we don't need to think about this so negatively. This is an incredible opportunity for the city to take a step forward. So don't be afraid of change. This is really an incredible opportunity for Fort Lauderdale. So I'm in full support of this team, people behind it, and the project.
Okay, great. Thank you. Abby Laughlin, are you on the line, Abby? Abby, are you there? Yes? No, she's not there. Okay, Abby, if you come back, just let us know. Woody Graber, are you in the audience? There he is. Woody, followed by Matthew Opedisano, followed by Steve Gannon, who's appearing virtually. Mr. Graber.
Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I'd also like to thank another fellow Buffalonian. Delaware Park was a strong part of my youth. So I'm glad you remember it well.
Go Bills!
Yeah, go Bills.
All right. Sorry, folks.
Would that be Buffalo? Yeah. Buffalo Bills?
Anyway, I have been a public relations professional in this South Florida area for 40 years. For the past 20 years, I have known Jeff John not only as a client, but as a friend, and have seen a lot of the wonderful things that he's accomplished down here. When he first showed me the plans for Arts Park, I was blown away. It was magnificent. It is an iconic public park. Let's get that out there. It is a public park. It has a cultural proponent to it. It has a world-class food establishment part of it. But it is a public park. It is a green space. It is at virtually no liability to the city. I don't know what anybody's afraid of. What are you afraid of? What's going to be there? I have been involved in concerts for that 40 years as well. And the concerts that I've been involved with Jeff have been wonderful, wonderful venue experiences. This is a win-win for everyone involved, for families, for all forms of people. I can't see what anybody is objecting to. this is a win-win for all involved. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, sir. Ms. Toothaker, if you don't know the answer to this question, just say you don't know yet. But as I saw the site, part of it is covered in asphalt. So do you have any dimensions, like what's the total amount of the site and what part is currently covered by asphalt? Do you have that information today?
I have an aerial that shows which parts are covered in asphalt. I don't have dimensions, but what I can tell you is that the future, if this is to be approved by the city of Fort Lauderdale, the future green space would be 78% of the site, which I do know, I don't have exact dimensions, but I know that exceeds what's there today.
You know that it's what?
It exceeds how
What's
much
there today in
grass
terms
is
of
there
amount
to-
of green
that's
space?
correct, yes.
So you're saying 78% of the current site would be green space?
That's correct.
You think it's more than what's there now?
Because much of it is asphalt today.
Because part of it is covered by asphalt?
Correct.
Okay.
Parking that served one-stop shop is still there. That's where the blade would go, where that parking lot is today. The cultural center is also on an area that is not grass, the proposed cultural center.
And Mayor, if I might add to that, when I actually first met with the proponents almost 3 years ago, the first thing I said was, this has to remain 2/3 open park space, green space. Buildings cannot take more than 1/3. And then as we started meeting more with folks from the neighborhood and others, that 66%, which originally was the green space, the open space, we were at about 66% when the buildings were larger. Remember, the cultural center has come down from 19,000 to 17,000 square feet. The other building has come down from 21,000 square feet to 13,000 square feet. So by shrinking those two buildings, yes, and by shrinking those two buildings and moving them as far west as possible on the site, my request for 66% green space, open space to be used by families, anyone, all day, that 66% is now at 78% green space because of the shrinkage of the buildings. So way above what is there now in terms of green space, because as you mentioned, so much of it is asphalt. And again, never, ever was it designated a park, nor was it part of the Parks Bond. John Burns had asked about that question. We can't use Parks Bond funds. We cannot, because it was not part of the backup that went to the voters. The voters voted specifically on the backup that was in the Parks Bond. So when they voted for the $200 million Parks Bond, including about $70 million for land acquisition and other improvements to all the parks, this site was not included because it was never zoned a park. It's basically as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask Stephanie something?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Thanks. Stephanie, walk me through would there be a gate around the outside of this, or how would access be managed to the green space?
So our proposal is that the green space would be at grade, at future grade, FEMA grade, would be at grade and would be open on all sides. That's our proposal. We did not propose a fence. We did have some conversations with the community, and we got conflicting direction about what the community wanted, but our feeling is that it should be open access.
Okay, great. And then, again, maybe more details later, but give me just a very high level of funding for this. Where's this $100 million coming from?
So to be clear, there's no public funding, and there's no future the group does not intend to seek any public funding. This is completely privately funded, including the $10 million for the park for the 78% open space.
And if it's my recollection on previous P3 possibilities, we get some, kind of assurances, letter of assurance, where dollars are coming from, who the investors are. Does that happen with this?
Absolutely, yes. So one of the things that we do as part of this process is we provide proof of funds. That typically happens after this kind of meeting, but yes, proof of funds is something that we certainly can provide to you. Other ones I've been involved in, yes, we've gotten letters from essentially banks. Banks will not give you, they'll not give you a commitment this early in the process because you don't have a site plan to provide them. These are renderings and a concept, but what you can provide is proof of funds.
Okay, and just to be clear, this is not what entity would this be? And to be clear, it's not a nonprofit. Is that correct? Am I tracking that?
It is not a nonprofit, and as I said, would not be seeking any public dollars. Not for the construction, and not for future for anything that happens in the cultural center or the park.
And then if this were to move forward and this were to be built and happen, if this goes bankrupt, if this entity ceases to exist or business is just not good, what then happens?
Well, if the entity were to go bankrupt, then the city could take the venue back, and the city could put out an RFP for someone to run the venue. I'm quite certain that after the investment that One Stop FTL, which is the entity that made the proposal, I'm quite certain that the city would have no problem finding an operator to run it if the city didn't want to do it themselves.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Matthew Apatisano, followed by Steve Gannon, followed by John Wigzell. Is Matthew?
Yes.
Here you go.
Yep.
Hello, Matthew.
Hello, Commission. My name is Matthew Apatisano. I work in Broward County with people that are retiring through the FRS, through the municipalities. I'm very familiar with the people that live in Broward County. We've heard a lot about this venue. I don't want to get too much into that. I'd rather speak about Jeff and his family. I've known Jeff and his family for well over 20 years. He comes from a family that always has their door open for anyone in need. That's why I know when Jeff says he has great intentions for this project, making this a great venue for everyone, in his heart, he means that. I think to sum it up, Jeff is the type of person that does the right thing even when no one else is looking. That's the type of man he is. That's why I trust what he says about creating a venue and a cultural center that is going to be good for everybody. And I would take any question for anybody that has a question about Jeff. Thank you.
Okay. That's not fair, but I'll let it go.
And that was very New York, just so you know. That was very New York.
I was going to say that.
That's very New
Is
York.
that Buffalo?
Well,
It's a
Buffalo's
Bronx
Western New
thing.
York.
It's a Buffalo thing.
Buffalo? How tall is Jeff?
Steve Gannon, are you on the line? Steve?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Hey,
I'm
Steve,
here.
how are you?
And I'm good. Thank you very much for having me and for all you do, you guys. President of Lauderdale Beach Homeowners Association, just speaking for myself, own opinions, and mine will be brief. I feel like I've been, the last years, a handful of years, I've been watching a B movie, Attack of the Killer P3s. And they're gobbling up control of public lands, especially our most precious parcels lately. And we don't have control over them, and we don't have a way. We don't have the way to govern. You don't know what's happening in the future. There are too many unknowns, and we're giving them away for 50 years, 100 years, 150 years. I think it's just too much to do that. We're getting free money, and all of a sudden I see a spin machine, spin this, that. Well, now we have a European food hall, a cultural center that's really a concert venue masking as it. Lately, and now I just heard another spin that, well, it was 60% at green space. Now it's going to be 78%. Well, it should be 100%. You need to look at it. There's all these spins because we're getting free money. I think we need to step back, take a breath, slow down, and not give away parcels that have been in public hands for many, many decades in a matter of months or years. And that's about it. Thank you much. Any questions?
Thank you, Steve.
And Mayor,
question?
Yeah, Mayor, could I just touch on that? So, Mayor, hey, we have been doing a lot with P3s, and personally, I think P3s are great possibilities to explore. And it's always important to look at, hey, what are all the options? So, just as we look options like with, Bahia Mar or with this parcel, we can explore P3 considerations, and we can also not. So I always feel like we have complete leverage as a city in these processes. In other words, and Chris and Alan, maybe I'll defer to you on this just to make sure I'm tracking this all right. We as a city at any point prior to signing a comprehensive agreement, we can walk away from this. Is that right, Alan and Chris?
Correct.
And other options, maybe this is more for Chris, but we could continue to explore this P3 possibility. We could also, we could designate this as a park space. Is that right, Chris?
Those are two of probably multiple things you could do, yes.
Okay, great. And then just, again, considering all options, because this is a big business deal in my view with the city's considering. If we designated this as a park space, solely park, nothing on it, then we'd have to find resources and funding to, I guess, kind of landscape the park fully and then kind of help manage or staff it, Chris. Is that right?
Yeah, as you know, we maintain a citywide park system, and so adding 3 acres of park space to an existing park system, probably on a matter of efficiency, doesn't require a lot of ad. But yeah, you're accurate there. It would be new funding that would need to be found to do whatever ultimately the commission wanted to do with it.
Okay, so we'd have to find funding. Yep, for landscaping and so forth to get it to where we want it, and then
Ben, we would have to supply the funding to really make it a nice park like that it should.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Side of our parks bond.
Our side of the park money and park bond money, and really put it into shape, and yes, we would have to maintain the expense on a monthly and yearly basis for maintenance, security, and all of that.
Yeah. I just want everyone to understand, we're exploring some great opportunities here, and that what the options are. So it'd probably have to come out of the general fund to do landscaping and get it to the place we wanted it to, if we wanted to do just a park there. Not dissimilar from possibilities at other public spaces like Bahia Mar. So I just want everyone to understand, as a city, we're not forced into any. We can kind of make our decisions here as we learn more and so forth. So I just want everyone to know that.
Okay.
This is a great process where we can consider all options. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, can I ask Alan a question for clarification?
Sure, go ahead. Sure.
Alan, are we not allowed to use park bond money on this property?
Probably not, except that there is some, and I'd have to go back and look at it. There are some funds that are not necessarily linked to either the core projects or the other projects, but you'd have to go through a particular process. I'd have to go back to that. I know there's limited funds.
Those discretionary funds are essentially used at this point.
Yeah, so those would be the only funds.
If a project where we designated funds, if that project doesn't use those funds and funds are freed up, couldn't we use those legally for this property?
You'd probably reallocate those to other funds, because we'd have to go back and look at the actual referendum and look at the ordinance, because to the mayor's point, the voters, we don't want to go against anything the voters may have voted for. So to the extent that it's been earmarked for something, we'd have to make sure that either it doesn't have to, that there's no language in there, it's a pretty long ordinance, that the language doesn't require us to reabsorb it in another identified project, or whether we can just choose an independent project.
Okay.
But it's a good point
It'd
she
be good
makes.
to get clarification.
And I think before we make any final decisions, we should have some definitive.
Yeah, we'll look
Right.
into it.
I mean, say right now, we have 25 million budgeted for Lockhart. So if we don't use all that for some reason, then obviously that would free up some funds.
Yeah, we'll have to look at the specific language.
All right, so I think that would be helpful as we get closer to making decisions, just to get the legal answer on that. Thank you.
So, because I've been asking this question for a long time.
Yes.
Ever since when you were a commissioner, then you became the mayor, and this property became a variable.
Right.
And people have said tonight that it's part of the master plan. People have said that we can use it for the parks bonds. I do want to answer. I don't want to probably answer. I want a yes or no answer about whether or not we can use it. Use the park bonds money. Probably not section 5432 of the statute. Yes or no, so we're clear. This is my understanding from the beginning when we went out with the parks bonds, that we could not deviate from the backup, as Commissioner Glassman alluded to earlier, because these are questions that we asked. Because when we got the parks bonds approved, the community immediately went into this mode of, let's pick the top 10 projects. And I was against it, because every park that we identified deserves to get what we promised the public they would get, even if it's $5,000. So we shouldn't be moving money around. We can go back now and
That's why
find additional, but
we make a
I
final
want to be
decision.
crystal clear
He has
with
to
that.
give us an opinion, a legal opinion as to.
What is crystal clear tonight, though, is that you would have to designate it a park. Obviously, it's not a park. So
Right.
you would at the very
That'll be
least
the
have to
first
do
step,
that.
Yeah.
So tonight, it's no, because it's not designated a park. Tonight, it's no, right?
Correct.
So as we move forward, I don't think a designation is anywhere in the future as a park. I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
We're not there.
So tonight is no.
It's not a park, right?
At this point, yeah.
Okay, so when we come back, you'll get all that cleaned up for us. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. John Wigzell, followed by Paula Yunka, followed by Wayne Pasick. Is John on the line? Is John there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, hi, John. Yes, we can hear you. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Good evening. Thanks for letting me speak.
Sure.
Some of my comments were touched on by Commissioner Sorensen just now, but there are a few additional items I'd like to cover. PricewaterhouseCoopers recently reported that the public entertainment and restaurant industries worldwide have been hit very hard by the COVID pandemic through quarantines, travel restrictions, social distancing, and super spreader risks. These have impacted performer, staffing, and audience attendance for more than a year now. In response, consumer tastes are changing with the development of new channels, including virtual concerts with remote online streaming and home food delivery. These are just the latest examples of unexpected business disruption. Others have been the emergence of new competitors, severe weather events, extended power outages, and financial crises. Has the city seen documentary evidence, including revenue forecasts and proof of deep financial strength and agile business continuity plans for, should the business falter for any reason, the city could be left with no revenue, a facility of no obvious utility, and unclear ownership? That was my question.
Okay. Thank you.
We would also be left with 2.63 acres of park space.
Right.
Thank you.
If we dedicated that, right?
Right.
I want to be clear, that's all.
I understand.
Because my head's spinning right now.
Have a Red Bull.
Does this proposal, Mayor, just so I'm clear, does this proposal dedicate that space as city park space?
No.
No.
Right. I just want to be clear.
That's what Commissioner McKenzie is pointing out.
Correct. It dedicates what
I don't want
forgot.
to give anybody any misinformation or false hopes.
Right. It's park space, not city park space. Right.
It's dedicated. I think we heard tonight that in the comprehensive agreement, there will be a deed of restrictive covenants that will not allow any building on that 2.63 acres. It would have to be kept open as green space.
In perpetuity.
Yes.
Yep. Good.
Okay, Paula, how are you tonight or this afternoon?
Good afternoon.
Give us
My
a
name
couple
is
of minutes of
Paula
your
Yukna,
thoughts.
And I am blessed to live near the city's largest park, the beach. Research shows just how important parks are to one's health, both physically and mentally. It is so critical to save our public land. The area that we've all been discussing at length this afternoon is one of the more densely populated areas of the city. Every blade of grass and every tree is important to this neighborhood. For years, the city has promised a park in this area, but because the land is so valuable, someone is always trying to take it. Every time, we, the public, come together and say, give us our park. When I think of a park, I think of wide open green areas for people to walk through, sit on a bench, families picnicking, kids playing. When I think of a park, I don't think of restaurants, alcoholic beverages being sold, or an entertainment venue that will not be free to attend. So I ask you today, please make every inch of this precious property a park, what we have envisioned a park to be. A place for the public to always have access to, a place for the public to enjoy, just not for today, but for generations to come. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Wayne Pasick, David Brown, followed by John Roth. These are all online. So, Wayne, are you online? Wayne, are you there? No, he's not there. Okay. David Brown, are you there? David? Not there. John Roth, are you there?
Yes.
John? Hello, John.
Here we are.
Yep,
Back?
very good. We can hear you now.
Okay, fine. You've held a very informative meeting this afternoon, filled in a lot of blanks, created a lot of other questions. What I was planning to say, I sent to all of the commissioners by email just before noon today. You can find it in your inbox. And I will have other things to say as we follow up in future meetings. So thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you, John. Colin Thompson, followed by Frederick Mitchell. Are you both here okay. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Sure.
I was a resident of downtown Fort Lauderdale 20 years ago. I actually used to produce concerts in what was then called the Edge for Celador concerts. Walked away in the end of the 90s, came back, started working for Jeff John. Could not believe the difference of the room. The improvements that he's made, the commitment he's made to maintaining the place, and the way he operates. It's truly astonishing. Second thing I wanted to say is during that void of being in Fort Lauderdale, I've had the opportunity to travel the world doing concerts. And the best rooms to work in are the modern ones and the ones that are designed to host events. The operations around the building, when it's well planned out, will make this community very happy. And that's really the point I wanted to make, is when something is designed for a specific purpose, it works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Frederick Mitchell, and then I want to take a pause. Mr. Mitchell, can you come around? Then I'm going to ask our city attorney if we need to pause these proceedings for our closed-door session.
Probably should.
Okay.
Did I kick everybody out or go upstairs?
I don't know.
Our court reporter is virtual, so if we can get virtual setup upstairs, it's probably easier to do that.
I'd rather do it upstairs rather than ask any of these folks to leave. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you what all this means in just a moment, everybody.
So,
Mr. Mitchell.
Just interrupt real quick, Mr. Mayor, just so we can get that rolling. Andrew, can you have your staff work on getting the 8th floor conference room set up for a Zoom call, that we can do this closed door? Thank you.
8th or 7th, whichever one's 8th or 7th.
8th is easier.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity. And thank you, all of the commissioners and Mayor Dean, for all the work you do. I know it's a lot of work and there's a lot of complaints that come with it, and just thank you, It's kind of a thankless job. About the park, getting specifically to that, if we look at Central Park in New York, it's 842 acres. They have never given that away to a developer. And the citizens there love that park. Now, there's no place in Fort Lauderdale for an 842-acre park. So we have a whole series of small parks. This is 3.5 acres that we're talking about. But it is my understanding that it's designated in the city master plan as a park. Is that correct, or am I incorrect?
It was identified as a park space, that is correct.
All
and
right.
by the way, just to correct you, we don't have 843 acres as a park, but keep in mind that our beach is considered a park.
Oh, okay.
And New York does not have a beach. Last time I was there.
Buffalo. Buffalo.
Brighton Beach, okay.
But it does have it has a central park with, I believe, many buildings in it, as most New Yorkers would know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. Just go ahead, sir.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Buffalo has a beach.
I would like to see this developed as a park, not as a development. All right? We've got, from what I understand, it's valued at roughly $40 million, and we're giving it to a developer for nothing.
That's not true.
For 50 years, 100 years, maybe 150 years. All right, Mayor, what did I get wrong there?
Those aren't correct numbers, but it's okay that you just keep speaking. But the plan talks about a 50-year license agreement, and then renewable features by agreement of both parties.
And how much would the city get paid during that time?
There's a sliding scale, but it starts out at one point, and then I think in year 5 it starts at $1 million a year.
All right, $40 million at 5% would yield $2 million a year. So, that should be a reasonable return for the city on that property. My second concern is we have a wonderful rain tree. Oh, geez, my time is up already?
All right, I'll give you another 30 seconds. So.
Thank you. We have a wonderful rain tree. It's been designated a Florida champion tree that the city commission said, nobody can touch that tree. You can't cut it down. You can't move it without our permission. But now it's being moved.
Well, wait a minute. The city commission gave its permission.
Yes, I know.
So
I know. That's what I'm saying. If the city is protecting something, but then the first time a developer asks to move it, you give them permission, then it's not really protecting it. And we've got a number of really nice trees that our developers have assured us are going to be maintained. But if we can't protect the largest in all of North America of this species tree here in Fort Lauderdale without moving it or cutting it down, if we can't protect that, what assurance do we have on these? In terms of building the park and maintaining the park, my last comment, okay? The comments are, well, the city is going to have to build the park and maintain the park, and the implication is we just don't have the money for that, but we're talking about building a new city hall. Am I right or wrong?
Oh, you're correct.
Yes, population of Miami, Metro Miami, is about 6 million. They've got a city hall that was built in 1934. That seems to be just fine for them.
What are you showing us?
Miami City Hall, built in 1934, that they're still using, and they're not talking about replacing. This city hall was built in 1969, but now it needs to be replaced, I guess. But, if we got money for that, then certainly we have money for this little tiny park. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so at this point on our schedule and our agenda at 4:30, I know we ran a little bit past. There's an agenda item called a closed door session, and a closed door session is where our city attorney needs to speak to the commission in private as a result of a lawsuit. It has nothing to do with this. As a result of a lawsuit that the city is currently involved with. It'll probably take about 30 minutes between the time we go upstairs to our 8th floor conference room and come back. But it's during that time we'll have a discussion to give the city attorney direction as to where we believe the city should go, whether or not to continue to pursue the lawsuit. So at this time, the City Commission shall meet privately to conduct discussions between the city manager, the city attorney, and the City Commission relative to pending litigation pursuant to Section 286.011, parens 8, Florida statutes in connection with the following matter. Fort Lauderdale Food Not Bombs et al. Versus the City of Fort Lauderdale. Present at the attorney-client session will be myself, Vice Mayor Heather Moritas, Commissioner Stephen Glassman, Commissioner Robert L. McKenzie, Commissioner Ben Sorensen, City Manager Chris Lagerblum, City Attorney Alan Boileau, Outside Counsel Michael Burke, and Certified Court Reporter from Daughters Court Reporting. The estimated length of this attorney-client session is approximately 20 minutes. You all can still stay in your seats here, but we need to have this closed-door session to discuss further action on this lawsuit. Yes, sir. If you sign up, before you leave, if you sign up as a Zoom, I'll know that you're participating that way. All right, very good. So we'll take a recess in this meeting. Thank you. I can't hear you. Not you, because you came in at the end. Last in, last out, mister. Marilyn Bianco, Chris Ferrone, Nancy Thomas, and Rochelle Coetzee. We're all here. Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience. Again, we had to suspend the conference meeting because we had a scheduled closed-door meeting regarding a case in which the city is a party to a lawsuit. So if we could continue, I appreciate your, like I said, I appreciate your patience. So we'll continue. There's probably another 20 people who have signed up to speak. And for those folks who had planned to participate at the 6 p.m. Regular City Commission meeting, that will take place right after this conference meeting concludes. So please be patient. We're looking at close to maybe 7 o'clock tonight. So it's not too much later after the 6 p.m. scheduled time, but we will finish with this first before we proceed with that meeting. So Marilyn Bianco, Chris Ferrone, and Nancy Thomas. Is Marilyn on the line? Marilyn? No.
No.
Is Abby Laughlin on the line?
Abby is.
Abby?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Abby. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Let's see. So much to say in so little time. The underlying zoning of this parcel is mixed use. So I believe that the uses on the parcel should be mixed. Not just park, not just something else, should be mixed. However, I was there in 2015 when Larry Woods brought his P3 proposal to the beach for the developing the marina. It was the first P3 that we had ever had. And before the city, gave it its thumbs up or thumbs down, we had an opportunity to look at the pro forma. And I'm just, very concerned that we're moving forward here without an opportunity to see any of the numbers at all related to this project. And I don't know, we had that opportunity to look at the pro forma for that project before it went through any type of city commission process, before it went through, DRC or any of that. And that is a very big concern to me that this project is financially feasible.
Okay, Abby, just so that you know that we're in the nascent stage of this proposal. The 60-day period is now concluded, and therefore we're now able to examine the particulars of this proposal. So the community will have an opportunity to review and respond to those particulars as the comprehensive agreement continues to evolve. So don't feel like the community is being in any way kept out of this process. And the commission is not voting on anything tonight, so the process continues to move forward, and the commission continues to reserve its right not to proceed with it at any point in that process. So don't feel like you're being kept out of this process. You are not. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Chris Ferrone, followed by Nancy Thomas. Is Chris here? Hi, Chris. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for the time. So essentially, 12-year resident in downtown Fort Lauderdale. We love everything that you guys are doing, and I know that some things are out of everybody's control. I did live in Flagler Village at one point while I was here, and I actually moved to the water because I was tired of seeing some craziness going on across the street often and ongoing in some of these parks that we're talking about. So now we have this opportunity, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Mayor, when you said, let's learn from past mistakes. We have a developer here, 25 years being a pillar of this community, offering to take this opportunity and add revenue, add jobs, take this space and turn it into something that will build our economy. I've invested in property in downtown Fort Lauderdale. So for me, selfishly, I think this will increase my property value. I'm a business owner. My headquarters are in downtown Fort Lauderdale. This is great for everybody involved. And honestly speaking, I just feel like passing on this opportunity to have somebody with that like triple digit, success rate for 25 years in downtown Fort Lauderdale and to pass up on them taking over this project for us it would just be an incredible wrongdoing, and it would be like coaching the Bulls in the 90s and say, pass it to anybody but Michael Jordan. Like, we've got Michael Jordan coming in to deliver this amazing concept to us. We have to take advantage of it. And I appreciate you just listening. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nancy, how are you tonight? Followed by Rochelle Coetzee, followed by Scott Dietz.
Great concept. I love music. I love good food. I love going out at night. I love all the things that this organization is offering. But it's a great plan, but not on this property. They can do this anywhere else on privately owned property. We cannot give away, essentially, okay, we'll get something out of it, but not enough, this property and find another park. We can't do it. It doesn't exist in Fort Lauderdale. Why in the world are we entertaining this promise from, just look around you, very smart people, successful, they got deep pockets, they've met with you 80 times, and we are lucky if we can get any of you guys, you've been talking to us, but nothing like the way you've been meeting with these people. And this is not necessary for that park. It needs to be a park. It can be a park. The city can afford for it to be a park. You have the infrastructure to take care of a park. Homelessness, big issue, but not a reason to even give you pause on this. Now, as far as it being a cultural center and an arts park, let's get real. I was a marketing person, so I get it. I totally can see everything that's going on. They're talking about 250 events a year. That's an average of 5 a week. People live in this community. People with kids, people with jobs. They just want someplace to walk their dogs. And it's just outrageous that this has gone on to this extent. This is not a need. P3 is supposed to be made on a need. This is a want. Somebody wants it. And none of our side people who want to keep it a park have seen any real justification for a need for this idea. It's just beyond comprehension to me that we would even consider giving up a 3-acre site that we can have as a park downtown, when this kind of thing can go anywhere. We can't do that.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, I'm just so disappointed with the way this has taken on a life of its own. And Mr. Mayor, if you said you supported it, keeping it a park unequivocally during your campaign, I would hope you'd stick to that. And I could say some other things, but I'm too angry to.
Okay.
But there's a lot of logic.
Don't say it then.
There's a lot of logic in keeping it a park.
Okay.
Mayor, can I just address one thing that Nancy said? Because it's important, I think, and I do respect everything that Nancy's been saying and doing. But when Nancy insinuates that something was bad about all of the meetings that went on with the proponent of the item, I want her to understand. I spent hours, Nancy, with the proponents. I wasn't just doing that for nothing. I was doing that because I was concerned that the project wasn't meeting the needs of the city. And all of those meetings have resulted in lots of iterations of the comprehensive agreement and what I would consider to be incredible improvements in the conceptual site plan, to the point of where we've scaled the buildings way back. We now have 78% green space. And the average person who just might happen upon this site in the future, if this is completed, they're not going to look around and say, is this a city park? Is this a private developer's park? They're just going to say, wow, what a nice park. They're not going to get into the minutia of how it's run, how it's organized, who did it, how they did it, how it got paid for, but they are going to appreciate the fact that 78% of that site, at no cost to the taxpayer, at no cost to build anything, at no cost to maintain anything, and at no cost to operate anything. So that's what I've been doing when I've been meeting with the proponents, Nancy, and that's why I just want to clear that up. It's not a negative thing to meet with them. They're the only people that could make the comprehensive agreement different and agree with the city on what the city wants, and they're the only people that can come forward and change the conceptual site plan to make it better for the city. But all of the changes that you've seen over the last 3-4 months have all been because I've listened to everyone, and not just in the neighborhood, but the entire city, because this is for the entire city, not just one neighborhood. And it's only resulted in improvements. So I just wanted to say that there's nothing really, nefarious about those meetings and nothing, untoward. They've all been because we're trying to get a better project for Flagler Village and the city. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, followed by Scott Dietz, followed by Jared Finnegan.
Hi, hello. Can you really hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Rochelle Coetzee, and I'm also a realtor in town and very familiar with the one-stop shop. And I can't understand the conversation of that it's not a park. 75% of this piece of land is a park. So Central Park has buildings on it. Every park has a building on it. What definition of the trees, the landscape, the sitting on a bench, the walking on the blades of grass, the walking of the dog, what part of that doesn't spell a park? The second question I have is when we talk about a word competition, the arts should never have a word of competition. The arts itself should have as many venues and as many places where they can go and visit and have options. It's not a competition, it's options. There are so many people, and I can attest to this, that are moving into this city of ours, Fort Lauderdale, that used to be a sleepy little town but is no more. The demographic is changing. The people moving down here expect different options, not a competition between one venue and another. They require different options of where to go. Thirdly, I hear that some of the local young artists will be given an opportunity to showcase their art in a venue where it is too difficult to see it at the art museum because of the higher quality of art there. Where do the young kids show their art? Where somebody, an ordinary folk, can take one drawing that costs $100 and put it up the wall and say, I have an original piece of art, instead of taking a picture and buying it. This is all part of culture that we don't understand, that we have to expand here in the city. So on a parting words, I know I'm running out of words, but I just have one little comment to make. I do notice, because I'm sitting on the board of the city at the education board, and I know that there's certain conflicts of interest. And I'd like to ask why Mary Fertig and Steve Bannon are commenting on this when they sit on the planning and zoning board. Isn't that where we have to be objective? It's just a question I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, followed by Jared Finnegan. Is Scott Dietz here? Scott? He had to leave? Okay. He applied in person. Thank you for, actually, Chris, thanks for looking to see if they're appearing virtually, because some people said they're going to have to go home and might appear virtually. So, Jared Finnegan, not online either?
No.
Sister Robin Merrill?
Virtual.
She's virtual. Is she online?
She is, and also, you called earlier Sheila Franklin. She's online as well now, too.
Okay, so let's hear from Ms. Merrill first, and then we can go to Ms. Franklin.
Okay. Robin first, then Ms. Franklin.
Okay. Sister Robin, you're online.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Greetings to everyone.
I am an artist, and I am here on behalf of the trees and those things that are given to us as free gifts from creation, from the Creator. I'm also a part of many people who are artists, musicians, designers, architects, and creative type people who are opposed to this arts park. We want to sit in creation. That's how we get inspired. Not built, but pure, raw creation. Instead of listening to birds in the trees, you're trying to give us bands in a theater. We want the things that have been given to us by our Creator that are free and are life-giving. There are not just 5 significant trees in that space. There are 106 trees. That's what we have counted during our flower power walks around the property. Each one of those trees is significant. Why? Because it gives us life. It creates oxygen. We want to appreciate those in the raw space that's intended. We absolutely need it, and we're asking that you help us to do that. Please consider a nonprofit conservancy with Flagler Village. Please give us the opportunity to be able to do that as a different alternative. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Toothaker, have you come up with a landscape plan or have an idea of, are you adding any trees to this site as part of your development project? That's a good point that Sister Robin makes. There are a lot of trees there. Are you adding? Are you subtracting? What is the plan there?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to let Michael speak to that.
Yeah, I want to make it clear, we do not have a landscape architect yet, and but we're looking at landscape architects. That we're saving the 5 trees that were designated, the heritage trees.
Right.
But in addition to that, an alley of trees from the north property line to the south property line is a part of the formalism of the trees that we can assign to the building that it's opposite to.
So you don't have an exact number tonight, but
No.
is it part of your plan to add trees to the site?
Yes, yes, okay. A number of trees.
All right. So at some point we'll have that information. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Who else did you say was online?
Sheila Franklin.
Sheila, are you there? You have to unmute yourself, Sheila.
*6.
*6. Sheila, can you hear us? I can see she's on. Oh, there she is. Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit of a historical perspective because I've lived in Flagler Village and been a property owner here for 18 years. And I moved here despite the fact that it was a drug-filled, violence-ridden haven, because there was a vision and a promise that it would become a better neighborhood and a place to live. The goal of having a park on the one-stop shop parcel began with the revitalization in 2003 of this neighborhood. We, the residents of Flagler Village, have never stopped in our goal of having this park in the 18 years since the inception of the goal.
No more.
And I and the other Flagler Village Association members have always continued to work and have a focus of improvement, including the developers and the rental residents of this community. And we have created a very special place to live and work that is not the same crime and drug-ridden place that it was 20 years ago. Now it just seems to me, as someone who has worked continually, not only for the park, but for this neighborhood, that the mayor and the commission want to destroy the quiet enjoyment and safety of our homes with the perspective of a horrific monstrosity. And I consider it a monstrosity because I am now going to be afraid of what is going to happen. If we use Miami as any kind of model of what goes on when you have a music venue in the neighborhood where people live, there is no way this can be contained. And I remember hearing Mr. John earlier say that when people leave the music venue, he's going to have an off-duty one cop there to usher them out. Well, what about what's going to happen with all of the venues that serve liquor and serve food? You think that they're not going to wander out of those restaurants and hang around and create problems? Why don't you care about what we've done with our neighborhood and how we have created quiet and enjoyment and peace? And no one seems to care about us as residents of this neighborhood. They care about others in Fort Lauderdale area and how they can benefit from it. But how in the world are we going to benefit from this when there
Sheila, your time has expired. Thank you. I appreciate your comments, and you'll have more time to be part of this discussion as this process continues. So thank you for being part of it tonight. Brucey Cummings, followed by Dylan Legai, followed by Frank Guerra. Is Brucey here in the audience? She was, yeah. Is she online?
She's not.
Okay. Dylan Legai?
I saw him earlier, but he's not online either.
He's not online either. Okay. Frank Guerra?
He's virtual.
Yes.
Frank, hey, Frank.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, we were just presenting the revisions that we discussed with the city attorney for the Adderley project, just west of Flagler Village.
I think that's
This is with regard to the one-stop shop and the proposal, the unsolicited proposal that's been made by these folks here in the audience.
No, my apologies. That was meant for a different agenda item.
Okay, no problem. Nice talking with you.
Likewise.
Dean Baraktaris.
Do not see that name.
He's right here. He's behind you.
That's why I don't see that name.
Followed by Terry Frank, followed by Ainsley Rodriguez. We're getting to you, Stan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the commission for letting me speak in the 2 minutes.
Could you speak closer into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hollywood, just south of us, has Young Circle. They've had it for about 15 or 16 years. They have an arts park that's run by the city. They don't have a special nightclub promoter or nightclub person doing it. It's really successful. They have a food truck night. And they have a family night where people come and watch movies in their amphitheater. And I believe they do concert venues that the city somehow manages, but I don't know the particulars of that. Why is it the city, this city, Fort Lauderdale, the county seat of Broward County, can't even keep up with Broward class with Hollywood just south of us? And you refer to this park as a quote-unquote world-class facility, but you're 15 to 16 years behind Hollywood. I lived in Flagler Village on 3rd Street for about 12 years when it was really crime-ridden, and it would have been great to have a park like that. It just befuddles me that you guys have these, fat cat meetings, but you don't meet with regular people and apartments and condos down here that live here about these things and want a park. I mean, we should have a big park. Young Circle, by the way, is about three and a half times the size of this park. Not to say this is small or anything like that, but I mean, if Young Circle can be created at 10 and change acres, and it's an arts park run by the city, how come you guys can't do it without the help of a club promoter? Just saying.
Okay.
Mayor, may I address something about
Are you finished, Dean?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, do you want to respond?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on that because I wanted to let you know when I worked for the County Cultural Division years ago, I actually was the project manager for the Hollywood Young Circle Arts Park. So it's interesting that you mentioned that. So totally different than what we're looking at today. So let me explain. The county actually put out requests from the cities in Broward County to partner with the county on creating arts parks. We eventually did 4. We did one in Miramar, we did one in Pembroke Pines, we did one in Hollywood, and eventually also Lauderdale created an arts park. all those arts parks had buildings in them. They were mixed-use parks, not just open space. But that was such a totally different model where the city's actually spent millions and millions of dollars matching the millions and millions of dollars that the county put in to create those spaces. So I just wanted to clarify really a different situation and a totally different model.
Well, I mean, again, Hollywood's had it for 16 years. You guys let that property sit dormant for over 10, and it was dilapidated, run down. If anybody here had a property like that, you guys would have code enforcement on it like stink on shit, no offense. The city gets away with it because, you guys control the code enforcement people and you don't fine yourselves.
All right.
And you don't hold yourselves to account. That building was disgusting and deplorable. And, you have this big city plan that the former incarnation of this council said that this is going to be a park. And you guys have been dragging your feet, obviously, because you're trying to either get a condo or get some kind of deal going, it's just ridiculous.
Actually, just one more point and then I'll let it go. About this commission. This commission fought that property being turned over to the federal government for a courthouse because we wanted open space on that site. I personally wrote a letter to the GSA complaining and saying, no, not on this site. We need to keep open space on this site. No, even though the mayor, I have heard tonight, be accused of saying this is going to be a park. Someone said it, talked to him during the campaign. I think it was Mr. Powers. If I remember correctly, the mayor actually said a part of this parcel, a portion of this parcel, needed to be a park, not the entire space. So again, we need to deal in facts, but you can't say that this commission just wants to build a high-rise or anything else because we also actually oppose any kind of massive development on this site.
So the prior version, the Mayor Seiler's camp wanted to put a condo on that property and they couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, well,
actually, the previous commission, the city manager wanted to sell the property.
Yes, Lee Feldman wanted to.
$10 million, right?
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
Which the esteemed district commissioner at the time
Who might that be?
Might that have been?
fought against, and ultimately it didn't happen.
Yes.
But that's because we all recognize the fact that we need to have open space in our densely developed urban areas. This plan, as it's being proposed, from what I've seen so far, is that they want to preserve 78% of that area. And by the way, part of that area is not green space; it's asphalt.
Yeah.
So they're actually increasing the amount of green space than what's there already. From the schematics I've seen so far. So whether or not this commission goes forward with it it will be determined later. But I just think that we should be dealing with facts, not conjecture, and not speculation.
Well, one other fact I'd like to bring up: does Circle allow alcoholic beverages to be served there till 2 a.m.?
I'm not sure what the rules are now in the Hollywood Young Circle.
There are no alcohol.
Yeah, but there are events where you can have alcohol there, just like in any of our parks here. If you do the mitigation and the application, and you say you're going to have alcohol, then you can consume them with a planned event.
And by the way, there's alcohol served all over Flagler Village and all the other bars and restaurants. And the new proposal, Fat Village, is going to have plenty of bars and restaurants, and there'll be people spilling out of those places. So I don't understand why people are thinking that this is the only place where alcohol is going to be served in Flagler Village. It's already there.
Well, I mean, I would like to see you guys try to shoot for trying to get something together that is like Young Circle and or better.
Okay.
So
alcohol in the True Hotels, alcohol in the Hampton. It's alcohol down by the food trucks. It's alcohol throughout this whole district. So, I mean, people.
And you know what? Every time someone takes the Bright Line to West Palm Beach,
get more alcohol.
They say, "Wow, there are great," and there are stores and there's shops and all that. You step off here, and there's really nothing. So if this proposal goes forward, there's going to be a multi-leveled food hall and entertainment center that people can say, "Wow, it becomes a destination." So anyway,
thank you, Mayor, for the time, and also thank you for having these meetings at a decent hour as opposed to the former mayor with his midnight to 3 to 4 a.m. Meetings. I appreciate not being kept up till.
Night's not over.
I appreciate not being kept up till 3 or 4 in the morning. You know, I've come here and been there, done that, and it is not the way the city should do business. And I commend you for having this at a decent hour, at a decent time in the daylight.
Right, thank you. Terry Frank, followed by Ainsley Rodriguez, followed by
Hi.
Eichelbaum, and then lastly, Laura Edwards. Terry, good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Commissioners. Appreciate your time and everybody's time towards this project. I think, as some of you know, many of you know, I have, I have a lot of respect for both people on both sides of this argument. I know a lot of them personally, and have nothing bad to say about any of them. I've always thought that there is a win-win opportunity here, and if we could just get everybody together, that we could solve this in a way that that does work great for the city and also for the community. Saying that, and Stephanie Toothaker has taken some of my comments and put them into the comprehensive agreement, so I appreciate that. One thing that Jeff, and I have nothing bad to say about Jeff. I've hosted some nonprofits at Revolution Live and at some of his other venues, so I appreciate that. But this is a 50-year agreement, and I know some of the investors in this project as well. I don't know many investors. I work for a holding company that are investing $100 million for a project that they're going to hold on to for 50 years. So this project is going to flip several times in that 50-year, 100-year period, however that works out to be. And so I don't think this is about Jeff as much as it is about the project and the park and protecting it. And Jeff mentioned, Grant Park, Golden Gate Park, the Fillmore. I brought this up with Commissioner Glassman the other day. I don't think he quite understood what I was saying. So I look forward to kind of, restating my comment. But all of those parks have one thing in common. They're great parks, but they all have some kind of oversight, whether it's the city or it's a advisory board or it's some other type of board. And I would, Phil Dunlop said this, the comprehensive agreement is lacking kind of specifics around the community section of this, the park, the art pieces. I serve on a lot of art boards, so I love what we want to do and add more venues into the city of Fort Lauderdale. But I would ask that portion of the comprehensive agreement, I think just having one meeting once a year with this Flagler Village Civic Association isn't enough, and that we add to the comprehensive agreement some protections so that, Jeff, I take Jeff as word in terms of what he wants to do, but I don't think Jeff will be here 50 years from now, fortunately, running this. So, I think that we need to protect ourselves, protect the neighborhood, and I would just ask that, we look at some type of memo of understanding, advisory board or something that can help guide so it's not just controlled really by one entity, whether that's Jeff or somebody else in the future.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Terry, for being part of this. Ainsley Rodriguez, appearing virtually. Is Ainsley on the line? No? Okay. Stan Eichelbaum, followed by Laura. Is Laura Edwards in the room? Oh, there you are. Okay. So after Mr. Eichelbaum, then we ask you to come up.
Did you call Mr. Dietz as well?
Mr. who?
Dietz, Scott Dietz?
Yeah, earlier.
Okay,
he still has his hand up, and also just checking, Michael Madfis has his hand up on the...
Michael Madfis, I never called.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Stan?
Yep. I hope you as commission have been looking around the room. We are gathered once more as residents with many apprehensive of government process and potential actions. And let's debunk the bunk. We've heard there are so many residents in favor of this proposal, but where are they? Just like the residents weren't there in favor of the Wave, the Marina, Bahia Mar, and Lockhart. The speakers in favor, as it was for the others, are almost totally the developer, the attorneys, friends, and the lobbyists. They are not the 24/7, 365-day stakeholders. Our city has built great neighborhoods, the true hallmark of great cities, all with great livability. A few weeks ago, the Riverwalk, Coley Hammock, Victoria Park, 17th Street, Flagler, Isles, and other residents came here ardent and concerned of the noise issue. It was in fact a concern about our approving intruding, incompatible uses into good neighborhoods. Again, there weren't any or very few residents enthused about the sell-off, especially in a city that has proven minimal enforcement ability. And let's debunk some more bunk. The claim, if you live in a city, you should expect urban noise. We've done our research.
Even in virtually all downtowns, the noise businesses are rarely allowed in already developed vital residential districts. It's true that from Manhattan to Boston to San Francisco to Dallas, throughout the country and throughout the world. This project is not compatible to the already defined great neighborhood achieved. The DDA, a few years ago, heard their real estate consultant tell them that to achieve the residential growth occupancy desired, the quality of life issues, including parks and schools, needed to be enhanced. Never heard loud entertainment venues in that discussion. This is a critical point as a city where all needs to be credible discussion with staff providing holistic perspectives of both residents and developers. We got notes last night saying that the mayor may allow short resident comments and awareness of reportedly 83 lobbyist meetings held in an agenda item that had no documents and consequential submission less than 24 hours prior to the session. In respect for residents, this, per the last minute major information submitted, should have been deferred. How to correct? Why don't we have an economic development function providing the deep objective assessments of fiscal solidity of the proposal, economic and social impact on the neighborhood and city, etc. This is norm in most all cities. And I will, based on long experience and assessment for cities, challenge that responsible governance would never cede public lands for a very questionable business model that few, if any, would evaluate as high confidence of sustainability and good reuse if failure. There are low-income uses and too often fad-oriented venues with no description of an ongoing management plan with sustainable performance in business types with high failure rates.
Okay, Stan, I have to cut it right there.
Okay, let me just refute two small things.
One sentence.
Okay, I have a little bit of trouble. I was part of the same ULI panel talking about parks around the city. And my conversation that I heard loud and clear from several, it was, we need more parks, not entertainment. They were very clear. We need green space. We need parks. They said we have probably too many music venues throughout the city. And that conversation went on for quite a period of time. The other part is Key to Vey as a example. Key to Vey is, I do know food courts. I do know food halls all over the world. And verticality, Key to Vey is funded in a different way. I actually talked to the a business strategist involved in it on the way over here. I go to Times Square in Hong Kong, where in fact you put restaurants vertical. And the fact was, first year terrific, second year marginal, third year gone. I go to Time Warner Center in New York. Verticality is a hell of a challenge. I'm glad to get together with you and talk about it.
All right, Stan, we don't want to lecture. We're just asking you for your comments.
Okay.
We asked everyone to
Well,
say
my
it 2
final
minutes.
comment, please listen to the residents and
So
protect them.
your
in our
comments
public
have now been concluded. Thank you. Laura Edwards, sorry for making you wait, followed by Sean Cruz, followed by Kelly Johnson.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'll keep it quick. I know we've been here for a while. So I've lived in Fort Lauderdale for 9 years now. I've lived in Victoria Park, downtown. I've lived in Flagler. I feel like I know this city very well. I've also worked for Jeff at Revolution for almost 8 of those 9 years, and I've had the pleasure of meeting so many awesome people coming in and out of that concert venue. And I think that if we had the opportunity to do that on a bigger scale and bring more of those people to this city while also getting the green space that you guys are looking for, I think that would just be an amazing opportunity for this city that we really shouldn't be wanting to pass up on. Tourism is something that Fort Lauderdale and our economy here is heavily dependent on and that we thrive off of. So I think we should really take that into consideration with what's going to be best for our city and bring in revenue while also giving our locals a fun and cool place to hang out. That's pretty much it. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, excuse me. What part of the city do you live in? Victoria. Where do you live in?
I currently live in Victoria Park.
Currently, okay.
But I've also lived in Flagler. I've lived downtown. So, and I've seen our parks. I've seen, I use our parks. I have a dog. I go to Holiday Park all the time.
Okay.
I understand the importance of wanting somewhere where you can sit, you can picnic, but I feel like we have a lot of areas like that. Something we don't have is the idea that we're presenting, like a really iconic area that tourists will look at when they come in.
No, I ask where you live because, and this is for Stan, actually. Stan, I don't think it's fair to the whole city when you try to separate people and say the only people that seem to be talking in favor of the project are the attorneys or the proponents or the friends. They're not the 24/7 people. I think that does a disservice and divides people in this city. I don't think that's good. I just want you to know that it's not true, number one, what you said, because we heard from Philip Dunlop, who's the director of the Broward County Cultural Division. He lives in Flagler Village. We've heard from Renee Quinn, who's the past president of Flagler Village. We've heard from other people. But what I'm saying is, and you can count them as I'm saying the names, but what I'm saying is it does a disservice to the whole city to separate them from us and, the only people speaking in favor are friends of the proponent. It's just simply not true. I have so many emails that I've been getting, conversations that I've had with people. I would say the feedback is pretty even, actually, pretty split. But I wouldn't say that the only people that we should pay attention to are the people like you who read every single thing, watch every single thing, comment on every single thing. There's a whole other world out there in this city who have busy lives. They're not fortunate like you to be retired and have a lot of time, but they do pay attention when they can, and their voice is just as important as yours. Thank you. I'm not.
Sean? Thank you. Sean Cruz. Followed by Kelly Johnson, followed by Raymond Giacomo.
Hi, thanks for having me here. I've actually been honored to have met Jeff a long time ago. I met him over 10 years ago, working for his venue, and I've been delighted to be able to be a part of that team. He's taken me in and treated me as family and given me a ton of opportunities and knowledge and growth, and has always shared anything and always helped you in any way that you could. The development of this park and the situation that's happening is going to bring jobs, it's going to bring people to the area, and the people that we want in the area that are building Fort Lauderdale into a bigger situation, making it a better place to be. They say that there's not like a homeless problem in Holiday Park and at this park and at that park, but they don't realize that the park that they're trying to go after is one of the most heavily homeless areas. It's next to the train station and the bus station where all the problems happen. So by having a private entity come in to be able to make sure that this is cleaned up and handled so that it's not overwhelming on the city would be the best interest for them to deal with, because I know it's overloading on Fort Lauderdale's aspect to have to deal with.
Great. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Kelly Johnson, followed by Raymond Giacomo.
Hi, thank you. I know we've all been here long time, so I'll keep this short. I actually speak for a group of people, if you guys want to stand up, that support Jeff and this whole this project here. I've worked for Jeff for about 6 years now, and I've worked at a lot of places the last 12 years in this business, and Jeff and his staff are the best. Great environment. And I also want to say I'm a single mom. I live in Sailboat Bend. And I don't feel safe walking around here. I live so close to work, and I don't feel like I can walk there. And it's the homeless population. I've been aggressively approached. I've been assaulted, and it's just naive to think that we can put a park somewhere by the bus stop that's just going to be, a city-run park, I should say, because your hands are tied, and I get that. So I really support this project, and thank you.
All right, thank you. Just for those folks that have been entering into the chamber, we announced earlier that this is a continuation of our conference meeting from this afternoon. We're soon to conclude that. So we're not going to get started with our 6 p.m. meeting until a little bit later, maybe 6:45 or 7 o'clock. So I just want you all to be aware of that, and so you can understand what's going on at this point. Raymond?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your service, everybody. You as well, officer behind me. I am actually a business partner of Jeff John's, actually a friend of him and his family for 30 plus years. My background is in the restaurant business. My family had the oldest running white tablecloth restaurant since 1926. I know Jeff had fed off of my family's influence and whatnot. And I hear all these people speaking, and we have a saying for people that aren't for people's success. We call them to-goers in the restaurant business. They're people that complain about everything, they send everything back, and they take a to-go bag with them, and you never see them again. So that's kind of what I'm hearing here. I can attest to one thing. Growth in a neighborhood, especially with this type of a venue, to me is a win-win. If you take Stan, like you were saying, food halls, they were opposed to Eataly in New York City. They have 2 locations. They're doing about $220 million between the 2 of them a year, and I think they took off pretty successfully. We're speaking about a food hall. We're speaking about a community area for families. 25, 30,000 people a month move to Florida, yet alone come to Fort Lauderdale. They do have families. Not everybody can live in a lavish house, so people have to live in condos. People don't want to have their kids running around condos. This is an eclectic kind of environment. I think everybody's looking at this from a negative point of view. I think this is a very positive point of view. And like I said, there's always going to be people that hate the messenger and want to kill the messenger and all this. But look at Jeff's success. I mean, that's all I can say is based off success. You don't fix, what's not broken. He's never had a huge, any type of incident of violence or crime over there, not any more than you would have on Las Olas or anywhere down on the beach. I think that's totally out of line for people to say that. Those are just my thoughts. But I'm in full support of everything, and I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, that was the last person who signed up to speak on this item. Is there anybody else who's interested in speaking on this item before we move on?
Are you talking about us, Mayor, or the public?
The public. Okay, nobody else online. So, Vice Mayor, would you like to share your comments?
Sure, thank you. And I really appreciate everybody coming out today and staying, and it's great to see all sorts of opinions, that's for sure. And Jeff, I can also attest to your character. I think you are great. You've done well, and you have a great family too. And I told you from the beginning, if you bought this land and had this development and presented it to me, I would support it. But as an elected official representing the people here in Fort Lauderdale, I just really feel like when we have public land, we have an opportunity to do something unique for the people who live here. And so what I would really rather see at this point, I'd rather see a process, maybe an RFP process, where we get input from neighbors who live here. And based on that input, we come up with a design that would meet the needs of the people in this area. And then once we kind of see what that park would look like, I think it would obviously be an active park. We've talked a lot about green space and trees, but there are all sorts of things you can have in a park as well. It wouldn't just be grass, obviously. We would activate it. And then, if we issued an RFP and we got some competing bids, I think we're going to wait for the opinion from the city attorney to see if what funding options we have as the city to maybe build on part of that. Maybe we do have someone who can come in and operate something at one end too, to give the neighbors a little bit more, whether it's food and beverage or whatever. I think we talked a lot about building this space and trying to alleviate some of the homeless problems we have, and we're building it next to the bus station. But if you look ahead, what's happening in this area, the bus station is going to be completely different in a couple of years. It's going to be the Joint Government Center. So that is going to have a different feel. There are 2 parcels, I believe there are 2, am I correct, Chris, that were recently sold on either side of the one-stop shop?
What? I believe immediately to the west and south, yes.
Okay, so there are 2 new parcels, so something's going to come there too. So when we say there are a lot of homeless people congregating here, that is a true statement. I believe with the new development we will see surrounding the one-stop shop property that we will not have as many people congregating in this area because it'll be more activated. So we always hear that term, we need to activate the space so that we don't just have people hanging out with nothing to do, because I know that's a problem. One concern I have a little bit is I know this will continue to be city land. We discussed in the beginning of the meeting that if it was a park and it was designated a park, we could close it down at night to everybody. So if it stays city land and you proceed with your development, it's my understanding that, once again, everybody can congregate on this space, whether you're visiting, you're buying a ticket, you're eating, or you are the homeless. So I don't know if necessarily building this particular project is going to eradicate some of the issues we've expressed with the homelessness issue, because I believe legally they still would be able to congregate on that site. I believe also if it's a park, once again, we can shut it down at night and we don't have this overnight camping that we don't want in our city. And we've seen that really leads to problems in other cities. Once again, we've talked about, I appreciate the research you did talking about the entertainment districts, in some of the great cities. I would also be curious to maybe see some of the numbers too. How many acres of park space do these great cities have also compared with our city? Because as someone who has lived here, my grandparents lived here, I live here, my kids are now adults living back here, I can personally attest that I don't think we have enough park space, just because, once again, it's just something I enjoy, and I do bring that perspective to the commission, and I know they probably get tired of me talking about it, but I do like activated park spaces with a lot of different uses. I believe 5,000 people living right around here. I think it's a great use to have more park space. And I appreciate, Commissioner Glassman, that you worked on this and you were able to get some more of the park space. And I do believe, you did a good job getting some more park space on this particular proposal. But once again, I'd probably rather go back to the neighbors and say, what do you want to see? What activities do you want to engage in? And then develop the park space, and then go out for an RFP. I think, so hold on a sec, construction. It was, Stephanie, I know you mentioned a little bit earlier the agreement with the Broward, was it the Broward Center of the Performing Arts, that you made that agreement? I mean, we received a letter from the commission on September 9th saying that they opposed this project. I don't know if your agreement still stands. I believe you said the agreement came before that letter was issued. So I'd probably like some clarification on that as we move forward. It's my understanding the Broward Center for Performing Arts does not support this project. At least the letter I got said that. Stephanie, you also mentioned War Memorial, the P3 that was there. I appreciate that. One concern I have with this particular way this agreement is written, I don't know why we have switched to engaging in lease agreements as opposed to, licensing agreements, as opposed to the traditional lease agreements that we do have in our city charter, when the city charter says the 50-year lease agreement. I'm not sure why we're doing licensing agreements more at this point with P3, so I need to understand that a little bit more. If this does move forward, like, why can't we just have the traditional 50-year lease agreement like the War Memorial and the Panthers have, like the YMCA has, like Parker Playhouse has, like a lot of these other partners we have. I think even Bahia Mar is a traditional lease agreement. So I need to kind of understand that a little bit more, so maybe someone can help me understand why we're switching to licensing agreements. Also, Stephanie, I like the map you showed of, the Huizinga Park when they're going through and they're kind of reimagining what can be done down there. Once again, that is an RFP though, and that's where I'm leaning. I'm leaning more towards, here's a piece of property, here's the space, let's reimagine it, let's get the input from neighbors, and then let's go out to an RFP. I am pretty certain that we have the money to pay for this. Once again, and we're going to get that opinion from Alan as we move on, if we can use park bond money to build this and then have a partial RFP on one end of it. So I just believe that with what's coming, meaning all the new development, what we already have, this building itself will be something different. I would actually like it to be affordable housing if I had a choice and a vote, but that's another conversation down the road. But so this whole area is changing, and so as we dream and vision and look forward to the future, and I do know it needs to be mixed use where people live, work, and play. I get all that. I just still think we're missing the green space. I've walked around this area at length. My daughter lived at the edge, so one day I just walked all around from the Riverwalk and all this area, and I still believe we need more green space. I just think we're at a point right now where we're having a couple conversations about public land in our city, And I really believe that we need to make sure that public land meets the needs of our people. And I really appreciate those who invest in our city and have great businesses. And of course, we need all that. We have such limited public space. And I really just want to make sure it's designed by the people who live here and for the people who live here. So thank you again for wanting to invest in our area. And I'm still going to kind of stick with, I really would prefer to go out to an RFP. And I don't know if are we able to do both at the same time, Chris? Could we issue an RFP and get some competing bids while we're thinking about this? Or is that illegal, or I don't know?
I don't think the commission, I'm sorry, I'll let you.
Well, is it legal? No, we didn't ask for an RFP. I'm just asking if we can ask for an RFP.
No, that would complicate the problem. You need to choose one or the other.
So we need to choose one or the other. But we could say for now, I don't want to accept this, and then issue an RFP, get some ideas, and then decide which one we want to accept.
Well, your RFP is not to get ideas. Your RFP, you're going to have to put out a design criteria. For an RFP, you're going to have to figure out what you want.
Right. And that's what I want to do. I want to figure out what we want based on what the people want. So I would still prefer to go forward with the RFP process, and maybe we go through it, and maybe we come back to this. But
keep in mind that after the unsolicited proposal was presented to us, the community had 2 months to submit ideas. They weren't stuck with what Jeff John had proposed because they didn't know what he proposed. So the world was told, hey, we got someone on the table who wants to build something here. Any other ideas? And that's when we could have had a free flow of ideas. An RFP, we have to come up with the idea. We have to design it. And then we put it out to the public to say, can you build this for us and at what price? Is that kind of how it works?
I understand what you're saying, but the 2 months that whomever had to submit something, I don't believe the public could submit a plan because they don't have funding and all that other kind of stuff. The public would not be able to say, this is what I want in that 2-month process where the window was open. Yes, another developer could come in and say,
I see what you're saying.
But I am proposing that we go through the traditional RFP process where we get all the public input, we come up with the design criteria, and then we put it out to bid. And maybe there is a portion, maybe it's a solicited P3 in one part of it. Maybe it's I just think, I think this is probably a little bit too much for the space, and I don't really know if it meets the needs of the surrounding neighborhood, but that's my opinion.
Okay, so in the meantime, though, Vice Mayor, the city attorney is going to get back to us with a legal opinion about source of funds and park bond money and stuff like that before we start making any real decisions on it.
Yep, I appreciate that.
Commissioner McKenzie, do you have any thoughts? Anything?
I don't have any questions, but I want some clarity because I thought 2 months ago we got here because we said move forward with a P3. Am I correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're just having a workshop today, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't so much a workshop as it was an opportunity for the proponent to finally disclose the terms that were contained in their unsolicited proposal. We still have opportunities to sit down as a commission and as a community. I mean, the district commissioner, for example, now can go back to the neighborhood associations and discuss with them their ideas and to bring back what ideas that you're hearing from your community and your constituency. So, I mean, we're still very early in this process.
Right, and that's why I don't have any questions. I just want to make sure, because so much has been thrown at me.
Yeah, I know.
And I just want to make sure that
most of this
I thought I supported this moving forward a couple of months ago to get here. Now we're just talking about some things, and then I also remembered another proposal coming in at the same time from a group from Flagler Village that had apartments and all sorts of stuff. So
shopping plaza.
Yeah. Okay. So I saw that.
Yep.
Okay. And then,
but they didn't come forward.
I know, but people threw stuff out there. Yep. They came forward, had the same opportunity, and then I thought, and help me out because I'm losing it. I thought we said the district commissioner would go back and and collect some items along the way to to kind of keep us not violating the sunshine law, and he can And then we were silenced at one time, right? That we couldn't.
Did I silence you?
Huh?
Are you saying if I silenced you?
No, you did. You can't silence us, but
Exactly.
you warned us. You warned us that we could not talk during a certain period or something. Am I correct?
Well, correct. Well, during the competitive period. Right?
Okay. So all we're doing here today is just hearing, listening to
react, and there'll be another opportunity as the terms of the comprehensive agreement become more concrete, and if there are any additional changes. But I personally am relying on the district commissioner.
So was I. So I don't really want to go in deep, but I do want to go back to how I started, which is I don't want to see a park, and I'm gonna keep talking about parks because every morning I walk this city before parks open. I haven't found a park that we own as a city that people aren't coming out of those parks with bags, shopping carts, and things before we open. And then some of them lay or lie there the rest of the day because they're allowed to do that. I'm not saying I don't want people in the parks, but when parks are closed, it really bothers me when there are people still in the park. So until we can figure out how to, open and close a park and not have people in those parks, and I'm not saying that we go out and do anything. This is what scares me about future parks. And even during the parks bonds process in my district, I didn't want any more parks. I wanted to clean up some of my parks. I wanted to, improve some of my parks, but I didn't want any more parks until I could program a park better. And I could pick a park, George English, boat ramps at night, people. Carter Park, back by Sunland Elementary, people. Oswald Park, when it's dark, back by the golf course, people. Delaware Park, which is the county, contiguous to District 3. There is over 200 people there every night. And in the morning, you see them coming out by Board Funeral Home and going to their destinations. And this is scary because I don't know who these people are going into our parks. Our parks are safe places for our kids. And if I don't know who's going there, seeking up residency, I don't feel good about my kids, going to these parks unless we have some type of programmed activity. So I was totally against the park. Other options, I'm very open to looking to see what we can do there. And I think that's how I got here, because we said, move forward. Now, I'm going to ask some more questions as we move down the road in terms of, the development agreement. I'm going to throw some things out there because I threw some things out with the last P3 we did at Lockhart Stadium, and I forewarned some folks about some things that we need to do, and I'm going to do the same thing here. There's some things that I'm going to want in this contract or this agreement. I'm going to look at the revenue stream, what we're getting back. I just happen to know Jeff John. I didn't meet him with this project. I met him day one I came on this commission. And I've seen a lot of the things that he has done. I've been over to his operations over there, and I've never had a bad experience. We even filmed I think my first year here, we filmed a police commercial trying to bring a positive image to our police department, which we already had that. But we did this, it was a challenge. Remember that, Louis? And we had people there. We had, the mayor, we had public works, we had building department, we had community, and we all did this challenge. And this challenge went around the world, but we did it right there at that place, I think in 2015 or 14. So I haven't heard the bad stuff. You're going to hear bad in anything you do. But I think you find the bad participants and you deal with them. So I want to just at least see how this is going to fold out based on how I started. And I still have an opportunity to peel back if I wanted to, right, Mayor? Mm-hmm. So I just want to try to distill some of the stuff that came here tonight. And I never remember this place being on the master plan. I heard you talk about it as a commissioner. And it's not a park. And we're going to get clarity about if we can use park bonds money by the next time we bring this up.
Right.
So then I'll be comfortable to make public comments, but until then, I want to at least be able to understand and hear what the district commissioner has gathered along the way.
And I would encourage all of us to take a moment and sit with our city manager and our city attorney after you've reviewed the comprehensive agreement and give them your input as to what you feel, is appropriate in terms of the types of terms that are contained therein. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So let me first start by saying that I'm really very appreciative of all of the input we've been getting. As I stated earlier today, I've actually been having meetings with folks, and ever since I first heard about this project almost 3 years ago, and attended a Flagler Village Civic Association meeting shortly after that, actually, where it was first presented as a concept to the Flagler Village Civic Association almost 3 years ago. There's been a lot of discussion since, and a lot of public input. In fact, I was putting my notes together and looking at all of the different notes that I had from the meetings in the last few months. This just goes back 2 months. So these are all the different iterations of notes. This is the different iterations of comprehensive agreement changes. And that's all come about because of folks letting us know what it was that they wanted to see on the site. I just want to address one thing that the Vice Mayor said, why I don't think we can actually go down an RFP route now, is because that train's left the station. Right now, the City Commission, we moved forward, correct me if I'm wrong, we passed a resolution to accept this proposal. Is that right, Alan?
Correct.
Okay, so as soon as we accepted this proposal, according to state statutes, that put us down a specific path of how items had to be in the shade, and we couldn't talk about it. And then eventually came out of the shade, and then we could talk about it. And we're here today because we wanted to get more input from folks, and we wanted to just talk about it amongst ourselves, because as a commission, we can only talk about these types of things at a publicly noticed meeting. We can't discuss any of this when we're not in a forum like this. So this has been a really interesting process for me because there has been a lot of input. And a lot of folks feeling a lot of different ways about the site. I wanted to repeat what the mayor said, that this is a site that has right now a lot of asphalt. It's not designated a park at all. It's a mixed-use site. It used to house a building that was demolished, and much of it is not green. And as I said earlier today, when the project first came forward, I said, I'm not even going to look at this unless we have 2/3 of this site, 66% of this site, 2.6 acres, a little less, green space. You can have the rest of that site for a building or buildings, but it has to be predominantly an open space for the public to have access to utilize, to have activated, and to enjoy a respite in the middle of a very dense area called Flagler Village. And then as we move forward and I got more input and people told me, well, it's still too much buildings. We've gotten it reduced now, as you saw today, to not just 66% open green space of the 3.3 acres, but 78% open space, green space of this 3.3 acres, which is really a considerable amount. It's 78%. I would love to see every developer give me 78% green space in every project that came forward in the city. I'd be a happy person. So yeah, this is very unusual. So that's why we do have to look at this. Now, I don't know what the next steps, and I'm going to ask the city manager and city attorney what kind of direction they're looking forward to now, because we can just all keep talking and getting more input, and that's fine. But eventually we have to land the plane one way or another. So we have to, tell us what you want as your direction. What steps do you need to move forward? Because I believe, according to state statutes, we have to follow through this process that we've embarked on, because as a commission, we said yes. We passed a resolution saying, yes, we're accepting this plan. And then, as the mayor said, we opened it up. 2 months, no one came forward with another plan, even though there was some talk out there. But therefore, we are moving forward with this plan. That doesn't mean we can't make it better as we go along. We all saw the changes in Lockhart. My gosh, that original comprehensive agreement, correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, that might think was actually just a partial comprehensive agreement. We didn't do a full-fledged comprehensive agreement right away, did we?
We did an interim agreement for the pre-development issues. So we had an interim agreement, and then we subsequently had the comprehensive.
There you go. We had an interim comprehensive agreement before we did a full comprehensive agreement. So maybe that's something that we look at as well. But we took that land at Lockhart, and even though we could have made it all a park, we actually built a stadium. So some people might say, oh my gosh, why didn't we have a park there? Why'd you build those big buildings there? Why'd you build a training center that no one can get into? But we said yes, because what we do as a commission is we always look at things on balance. Is this overall a good thing for the city? Is it good for the public? We're never going to get everything we want 100% of the way, but right now I'm looking at a project that gives me 78% green space in a very dense area. I'm looking at a project that gives me some more arts and cultural opportunities. And one thing that I felt a little nervous about in the very beginning of the project was I had some questions about the cultural venue. I personally did not think that it really lived up to the unsolicited proposal threshold of a public purpose for public land. So therefore, I got to work a little bit, and I started speaking to different arts organizations and different artists, and they all said to me, we need more space in this city. We cannot afford to show our work in the museum. We cannot afford to rent the Broward Center for the Performing Arts. We cannot afford to rent the Parker Playhouse or the War Memorial Auditorium. We need something for local artists. We need something for local arts organizations. So, you know, as I've mentioned earlier, I actually did work for the Cultural Division at one time, and I was the project manager on 4 arts parks in the county. So I said, you know, I have a little experience in this field. Let's see what we can do. Let's open this up to our local artists and our local arts community. And I went to the proponents and I said, we need to do better on this cultural center. It cannot be just what the critics are saying is strictly a concert venue, an outdoor concert venue. It's Revolution Live in the park. And I said, well, if that's what it is, I don't want that. So we have to make this something different. So lo and behold, the proponents did agree to offer free space to local artists and arts organizations in the cultural venue, which to me really addresses the statute, the state statute that says you really must demonstrate a public purpose when you do these kinds of unsolicited public-private partnerships. So for me, that really checked all the boxes. And what else checked the boxes for me? The city doesn't have to spend maybe $3 million, $5 million to develop that site, 3.3 acres. The city doesn't have to pay to maintain the site. And, you know, I just want to mention this, and this is no knock on our Parks and Rec people, because I love our Parks and Rec people, and I love our parks. But some of the same people that have criticized this project have also said to me in the same breath, our parks look terrible. We can't keep our parks. The parks are a mess. Fix this park, fix that park. And yet they want us to build another city park. That doesn't even make any sense to me. So, you know, I'm willing to take the gamble and have someone else take on the responsibility of spending $100 million in creating a $10 million, 78% of the site park for everyone to enjoy, and then spending the rest of the money on the buildings. My other concern on the site were the trees, the specimen trees, the mature trees. Originally, the site plan was putting some in danger. And I said, no, we got to move that around. And we moved it around so that now the buildings are not endangering these incredible specimen trees on the site. Some people then said in Flagler Village, you know, that's still not good enough, Commissioner, because we think your 2-story underground parking is going to destroy the root system of the trees. So what are we going to do about that? I said, well, you know, let me speak to some arborists, and I spoke to some arborists, and they said, no, if you do it right, you can protect those trees and still have your 2 levels of underground parking. I said, you know, well, let's not chance it. Let's eliminate the excavation. Let's eliminate the 2 levels of underground parking. There's plenty of parking all around this site, city, county, Brightline. Take an Uber. You know, if you're going to have a drink and go to a concert, maybe it's better you take an Uber and not go park in a city facility. So this is the way that I looked at it. I said, you know, we can keep moving forward. We can keep gaining. We can keep doing better. And that's what I still want to see moving forward, Mayor. Calm down. I know you're getting ready to...
No, it's interesting that you talk about the underground parking because the world-class Boston Garden in Boston.
Boston Commons.
Well, the garden and the
Okay.
Commons.
Yeah.
There's an underground parking garage
Yes.
there that with 200-year-old trees.
Yeah, and actually that has 1,354 spaces, if I'm not mistaken, and the trees are doing fine. But you know what? I didn't want to take any chances. So people were a little nervous about that. I said, okay, we're going to eliminate that so we don't have to excavate the site. That will save time, that will certainly save money, and we can do an absolutely beautiful project on this site. So I'm still willing, again, this is a conference agenda item, it's not a vote, we're not voting. The public and the commission will have many more opportunities moving forward as this will go through the DRC process. Again, DRC, all of the departments in the city have to weigh in. Does this meet everything it needs to meet to make this a viable 3.3 acre project? Are they doing everything they have to do? The city will look at traffic, the city will look at policing, security, fire, evacuation, you know it. Everything that we do as a city, we will take a look at. And then this will go through the DRC, all of the comments will be public, the public can go to the DRC meeting, then this will go to the Planning and Zoning Board, the public can go to the Planning and Zoning Board. In the meantime, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe if it goes to Planning and Zoning, this project will require public participation. I think it will. That's even more public participation. And then eventually, this will land in the lap of the City Commission, and we will decide. And we will even be able to, I think, make more additions, more improvements, more changes. But, you know, again, I'm going to wrap this up really quickly. If someone is coming to me and saying, we want to spend $100 million, then we want to pay you, starting in the fourth or fifth year, $1 million a year for the use of the site, to manage this site. They're going to manage this site. The city doesn't have to pay to build a park. The city doesn't have to pay to operate a park. The city doesn't have to pay to maintain a park and secure a park. Well, that sounds good to me. I'm willing to say, okay, tell me more. Tell me more, and let's see if we can even make this better for not just Flagler Village, but for the entire city. So again, just to answer what the Vice Mayor said, I don't think RFP should be on the table right now. I don't even think it would fly in the face of the state statute that we're going down that road now.
Clarification on that, because
Sure.
it's my understanding that we as a commission can say no to the unsolicited proposal, and then we can pick up the RFP process.
Correct. I believe we can say no
Okay,
right now.
so at this point, obviously, we're still in the middle of the unsolicited proposal, so we can't.
We can't do both at the same time.
Thank you for that clarification.
Right.
Although, aren't we doing that on 5 Ash, unsolicited and RFP, or that's?
No, we haven't gone to the market with an RFP yet. We've just hired an owner's rep to be prepared if for
Okay.
some reason the proposals that come in are rejected by the commission. I don't want to have lost time.
All right, so we still have to do that before we can do that. I thought it was concurrent. I thought we kind of kept saying that word the whole time, but that's another issue. So, okay, I understand we can't do it now, but it is a possibility if we all chose to say no to this and then move forward, so.
That is correct.
Right. So
Correct me if
again,
I'm wrong, Commissioner, you keep saying 3.8 acres?
No, it's a 3.3 acre
Yeah, you said
site.
3.8.
I did?
Yeah, I heard you say that, so
No, I think maybe
I just
you
wanted
saw-
to correct. I just
No, it's 3.3 acres. Maybe where I said it fast, you saw it, I said 3.8.
Probably went
It's 3.3.
Make sure the minutes are corrected, Jeff. We don't want him correcting.
We don't
his.
want to, I don't want to have to correct my own minutes, yes. It's 3.3 acres, and right now we have it up to 78% green space of the 3.3, which translate to 2.63 acres of green space now of the 3.3 acres of green space. That's a pretty good percentage. And as I say, I would love to see every development that comes forward to us include that amount of green open space within their project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just make a comment for the record? Because
Yes.
I think Steve hit it on the head when he said he's not taking a swipe at parks and recreation.
Yeah.
I think we do a good job. I just think we, around the world, we just can't figure out how to keep people out of public places after hours. So it wasn't a swipe against parks, so.
No, I understand. And I think we can have both here. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Sorensen, do you have any final comments?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it. Think very good discussion. So just picking up for next steps, because that'll help shape my closing thoughts here. So Chris and Alan, what would be the next steps, continuing down the kind of information gathering and processing of this possibility?
Yeah, so thank you. Maybe I'll start that, and then I'll hand it over to the city attorney, and then maybe even the city auditor would like to weigh in.
Yeah, that'd be great, please.
Today, obviously, was for us to try to digest some information, try to gather information in the dialogue and the discussion of the commission. As Alan and I continue to negotiate this comprehensive agreement, we are of the belief that when the commission took action on the resolution that accepted the project and directed that we work towards a comprehensive agreement, that we start that process, and that's the process that we're in right now. The thing that I'm most interested in, and the feedback I think I extracted it from the discussion that happened today, is what type of business terms the commission is interested in. As you know, when an unsolicited proposal comes to us, it comes with a proposed plan, and it's not one that we highlight what we're willing to accept. It comes as a complete package. And so when we initially had these discussions, one of the things that we talked about was being in some sort of a revenue share model with the proposer. With very good caution, the auditor obviously offered his suggestions to balance that concept, and I believe you all as elected officials have met and talked with the proposer as well as to a more fixed model of a more fixed business model in the form of this accelerating lease payment or ground payment that then caps in the 5th year at $1 million and escalates at COLA plus 1% beyond that. One of the things I think we really need to have in our hands, and it has been ordered a couple of weeks ago to be able to identify if those are the correct numbers, is a current appraisal for the property. We had an opinion of value on the property that I had done back a couple of years ago when we were talking about what to do with the site. I had our land real estate group do an opinion of value, and that got us in the ballpark. It sort of gave me a high, a low, and a mid number based upon market conditions and other comps.
What was that?
Somewhere between 17 and 24 million. But what we need is we really need an appraisal
I
based
just want to know what it was.
highest and best.
I heard 40 million, so I want to know what that was.
Yeah, I haven't seen that number unless that's just.
Well, I've actually seen increased numbers every week. I started seeing 20, then I saw on social media 30, then I saw 35, then I saw 40, then I even saw 50. So it just keeps going.
Yeah, I don't think it'll get past 23, 24.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Well, I don't know what was paid for the adjacent properties, so that would be the comps that we would use.
Which ones? True?
The other two.
To the west.
True Hilton?
I don't know who the buyers were.
Oh, the ones that we swap and they're selling?
The Brightline.
Well, that's a private entity. They're going to get what they want.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just saying that would be the comps that we would consider.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Right.
That would be the comps, and I think that sold fairly high compared to what other properties in the downtown have sold for, compared to what we sold it for, which, that is a land transaction. Unfortunately, we can't take back.
No.
Moving on. So that's what I'm really interested in tonight, is to get some sense as to where the commission is on a business deal, so that I can structure that.
I don't think Commissioner Sorensen's finished.
No,
he's not yet, but and I'm about to wrap it up. That's what I'm looking for tonight to have a successful night. Maybe Alan can say what he's looking for tonight to be a successful night, and then John, and then we'll hear wrap-up comments from the commission, and I think we'll
So you're looking for
direction.
I think I got it that you all are more comfortable with just an annual payment as opposed to being in any type of a revenue share relationship with the operator of the site, if in fact it goes forward.
Yep, based on what other people pay normally based on the value of the land. So whatever that is, I don't know that, but I have a couple also thoughts about that. Is it possible to have an outside attorney, even though I appreciate you so much, Alan? I know it's a lot of work, though. Is it possible to have an outside attorney review this agreement just to make sure, give it another opinion?
That would be up to Alan. I'm confident his staff is talented to do it.
But I'll mention it.
Vice Mayor, did the city attorney have an outside counsel for the Lockhart comprehensive agreement?
No, we didn't, and I probably have a few concerns about that at this point. So I would probably say two things. I'd rather a traditional 50-year lease agreement, not a license agreement. I'd probably rather not wait 3 years. I see the same clause in there, the same 3 years that we had about Lockhart. I think they need to, and then they're not in default if they don't build it in 3 years, all that kind of stuff. That whole section kind of raises the hair on my head too. So that section concerns me.
I would address it in two ways. One, we have the skill set in house to handle it. It's not a complicated transaction. It all comes down to what you want, whether it's a license agreement or a lease. It's not rocket science. It's a matter of deciding whether it's going to be a lease or a license.
But
I think we want what's best for the city.
I know I'm a mere real estate attorney, but
Yeah.
isn't a license put the city in a much better position than a lease agreement?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But if I can address just the.
hold on. Can you say that louder? Can he answer it louder?
Okay. Doesn't a lease arrangement, doesn't a license arrangement put the city in a better and stronger posture than a lease agreement?
Yes.
Then why does our charter say we have to have a 50-year lease?
We have three different pots. We have a charter. You can, for example, War Memorial is not a P3. Okay, that is somebody that came and says, we want to lease this property. We said, okay, we're interested. We followed the in this case, it was 3.12 process because it was a nonprofit. You have the RFP process, which you mentioned, which we decide what we want. We put it out there and it's competitively bid. Then we have the P3 process, which can either be solicited or unsolicited. So again, there's not a whole lot of complexity to it. If the city commission wants to hire outside counsel for another opinion, you have to find counsel, and you have to, as a collective body, appoint that counsel to work with me on that. The only concern I have is I've heard these overtures the last few weeks, is I believe there's outside entities looking to shop opinions, because I've rendered a couple opinions on this so far that were not popular with PACA and with some others. So it's fine. If you want to hire counsel to give you a second opinion, that's fine. But my concern is that folks are trying to inject attorneys that are going to provide opinions that are contrary to mine, and we're shopping for legal opinions. And that I would just caution against that.
Didn't we hire an outside attorney for Bahimar?
For that, yeah, because that's complex.
Well, that's hugely complex.
And the same thing, we also are hiring counsel for the tunnel project because there's a lot of regulatory projects, aspects to it that we wouldn't have the skill set in. But this is a simple license or lease agreement. It just comes down to what the terms are, and in answer to the question prior to that, what guidance I'm looking for is a lot of it is in tandem to what the city manager wants, which is the business terms, because that will dictate a lot of what's in the agreement. Again, it's a license agreement, not a lease. If we go forward with that, that obviously has different components than if it's a lease. So there's different aspects to it. So obviously, if the city commission were inclined to say, no, we don't want a license agreement, we want a lease, that changes things. So that's the kind of direction I would need.
No. With all due respect, I know Ben's in the queue, but this issue that Ben brought up, to me, I need to know from you all what's best for us. I know the mayor asked it. I think we agree, but I still want that coming from you, saying this is the best legal opinion I can give you in terms of what we should do, whether in reference to a lease or a license agreement. I want the financial pieces, to be. I know you can't do it up front, but you do opine or give financial opinions quite often. So I want something to hang my hat on there, and city manager, and some of the questions that you asked. I want you to come back and say, this is what I'm recommending, because you always say to me, and I think both of you said it, you want to know what I want. Well, I'm not the expert. I don't negotiate leases. I'm not a real estate lawyer. I'm a business person, but I pay someone to do that at that particular juncture. So I think the cloud of the past, I'm not going to say what project, is what's haunting us right now. So I want to make sure, I'm in the best position as a city, when we put this agreement together. And I'm sure both sides work together, but that's what I'm looking for from staff at that particular time.
And can I just ask the city manager? Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
But the issue he brought up, so that's why.
I know. I understand. Commissioner Sorensen, please continue.
Yeah, no, this is what I wanted to do before I make my final comments, but I want to kind of process through this. So hearing Chris kind of flesh that out is important. Alan, can you just explain to the public very briefly, LICE versus lease? What's the difference, just very briefly?
Well, a lease has a different possessory interest, and the mayor may even be better at explaining it to me than I. But a license agreement, so in this case, for example, we own the property. The improvements we're going to own from day one. So everything that's built, $100 million worth of improvements, we own on day one. We retain all ownership, and we have, as a licensor, we have more rights to that property, to enter into the property, to regulate the property as a proprietor than we would as a lease. When you have a lessee, and we see this with Bahia Mar, right? Bahia Mar, we have a lease. They have a lot of rights, which rightfully so, because that's the deal we entered into. But as a lessee, you have a lot more rights under the law and typically under a lease agreement as well. License agreement, we're giving them basically the permission to use the property and to manage it. Right. We're giving them permission. That's it. They don't have the sort of possessory right that they would have under a lease. So you do retain more control. And again, it all comes down to what you put in your agreement. You give them as much control as you give them. And it all comes down again. It's not a matter of complexity. It's a matter of deciding to what extent you want to give them control. And especially when you're dealing with a venue, so as a food hall, they're going to have more ability to have discretion there because they know how to run a food hall versus us doing that. But again, the license agreement gives us more control. It's not that we're circumventing the charter, because if we want to do a lease, we can go under the charter provisions and follow that process. So we have all these options. This is what's been presented on the unsolicited proposal and the one that was accepted by the commission through resolution.
And the YMCA, since it was brought up, is a lease, right?
The YMCA, I believe, is the one on Sistrunk?
Yeah, it was brought up in this conversation, so it was a lease, right? Parker, War Memorial is a lease, right?
War Memorial is a lease, absolutely.
Parker is a lease?
Yes.
YMCA is a lease?
I believe so, yeah.
So when we go out to Mills Pond, Phil, when we allow the ski company to come out there and utilize that lake, what do we do there? And the little remote control cars and softball, are those leases? What do we do there?
I think those are permits.
Give them a permit.
Permits? Permits to operate in our parks, right? Okay.
It's less than a lease.
I know, but I'm just, it's going to come back up. I want it for public record. Okay.
And if I could just, I want to know from Chris also, and I don't know if the commission's looked at it yet, but please make sure the latest comprehensive agreement that we've seen, 5.2.7, talks about the revenue that you mentioned, and we have to figure out if we like that. I mean, we did get rid of, originally was the percentage of tickets for a concert or food or whatever. I never liked that, and I think this is much better. Quick math on a napkin says that for the 50-year license that we would be giving, we would probably get with COLA and 1%, probably about $50 million. It looks like at least $50 million that we would be getting as
based
payments,
on my napkin,
which is much better than the ticket percentage that was originally. So if that's your question, I would say sure. And if you think about, I know the first few years are low while the construction is taking place, and that's standard, that there would be a little bit of an abatement in the first year or two, but then it quickly escalates to $1 million a year. But I would rely on your judgment for something like that. So that's the business part, and again, it's much better than the ticket revenue.
Right.
What are the other questions that you
There is one data point I still want before it comes forward as a firm recommendation, and that's the appraisal on the property.
And we need
because
to wait.
then there are some formulas that are
Yes.
industry standard for what occupying that land is in a competitive marketplace. So
correct.
I'll need that data point before I can make a firm recommendation, but it should be here shortly.
Great, and we will look forward to that, because obviously that makes sense to know that information.
Mr. Sorensen, please continue.
Yeah, good. Thank you. So, Alan and Chris, and then I want to get to the auditor, but I think from what you need, if I think we've got at least a majority sense of, pursuing the possibility of a license, right? I don't think, Mayor, there's a need for outside counsel at this point, given Alan's feedback. So I think that just be my thoughts as we're kind of continuing to look at this. And And then in terms of timing, I think length of license, I think 50 years seems appropriate and fair. I know that's going to be something we'll want to kind of look at, but is that, Chris and Alan, is that something we should touch on now?
That's the sense I've gotten from the commission and listening to the discussion today.
Right, it's initial 50 years, and then there's, the current proposal is 2 additional renewal terms for 25 each, so that's a total of 100 technically.
But wait.
Right.
But they have to be agreed upon by both parties.
Sure.
It's not simply the option of the licensee to extend it 25 years so that we're stuck for 100 years. We can end it at the end of 50 years if when you're mayor at that time, you can see what the commission has to say on whether or not
we got a new mayor coming.
Unfortunately, there are term limits.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, but at the end of 50 years, everyone will reassess the relationship and reassess the value of the property and see whether or not they want to go forward. But it is not an automatic 25 years.
Correct. So what else did you need besides business terms?
So that's helpful there. I think we should talk about this provision in the statute that once we have those business terms, we will need to do an independent financial analysis just to be in conformance with that section of the statute. Now, that's when I was going to hand it over to the auditor so he could talk about what he thinks some of his needs are.
Thank you. So, Mayor, Commissioners, so there are a couple of things. The first thing, I've made no secret about the fact that I was never a fan of the revenue sharing model, and that's not just for this facility, it's for everything that the city gets involved with. And I was very pleased to see that it's morphed into just a straight landlord rent agreement. I had spoken with the city. License agreement, yes. I had spoken with the city manager, and as he's indicated too, it's very important that we get an updated sense of what the value of the property is, because there's no way we can evaluate the rental without knowing the underlying value of the property that we're renting. So we're still waiting on that. And I think the other thing that we need to get is some guidance from Colliers, our real estate consultants, as to what an appropriate rent for this type of venue might be. Whether that's 4% or 10% of the value of the land is something that I think we need some guidance on from folks who have some national exposure that can give us that answer. So I think that's kind of the other data point that Chris mentioned that we're looking for.
That makes sense.
And then the other side of it is state statute requires that we evaluate the business plan, if you will, the viability of the facility. So that's one of the things that I've spoken with the representatives of the developer, and I said I'd be looking for that as we move forward. I don't think that, that I did ask for all that information at the time. It wasn't provided.
It wasn't provided.
But I did ask for it, yes. sir.
Okay. Well, all right. So I'm glad
Let me jump in.
Yes, please jump in because I'm kind of confused by all of this.
It's really not as
So
confusing
what was
as
the revenue? I never got the revenue question.
Huh?
Right.
Revenue question was never answered.
What about the revenue?
You asked, how much are we making
How much are we making where?
on those other two venues you asked about?
Oh, I don't remember asking that question. I'm sorry.
You did.
Okay.
But once you heard they were billionaires, you stopped.
Dan, do you have any more questions?
Wait, let me answer if I can.
Yeah.
Answer Commissioner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Need to move
question,
on,
because-
folks. This is just getting on.
No, I need time.
A lot
So
of these questions,
Yeah.
the city manager, the city attorney,
Okay.
outside the meeting, because we really need to move on.
It's a very fast answer to Commissioner Glassman's question. I feel as though I need to get it out there because there
Go
was
ahead.
questions to what we did in one project and didn't do in another. And the auditor is correct. It was a different process, but we had a guarantee from the bank that the owners and the representatives of the Inter-Miami soccer team were able to cash fund the project. And there was a list of owners that at that time that individually probably could have done the project collectively was no question.
Okay.
And so we did review their financial wherewithal. In this particular circumstance, initially what is indicated is that it is not going to be cash funded by the proposer and that there is a bank involvement. I think that we need to, and I'll work with the auditor on this, I believe, at least this is my assumption, that it's going to be difficult to guarantee financing until a comprehensive agreement is in place, because until you have a comprehensive agreement, you don't have a project that anybody's willing to fund. And so I think there's got to be some language that can demonstrate over, a very short period of time that the demonstration of confirmed funding can happen within a certain window of the comprehensive agreement, and that would be sufficient to move the project along, or else the comprehensive agreement would just simply expire. So I think there's got to be some way to navigate through that.
And that's what I had suggested to the developer as well. But to your point back with Lockhart, the initial financial commitment that was presented, you may recall back, I rejected that one also. And that's when they came back and said, no, we're just going to fund it out of pocket. Because I had the same concerns with the initial commitment because I didn't think it was a firm, solid commitment.
Okay. Thank you.
So I do try to be consistent with that.
Commissioner
All right.
Sorensen, do you have any questions?
great. Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I just have some closing questions for Stephanie and John, if they can, or Jeff.
Stephanie, can you come to the podium? John, can you come to the podium?
And while they're coming to the podium, Alan, I had some questions about the P3 process being written into the ordinance. Is the P3 in terms of Commissioner Glassing's point, making sure we're following the right thing consistently?
Yes, you can always, and it's something I think I broached almost 2.5, 3 years ago. It's a possibility that the commission can always pass an ordinance that dictates a particular process beyond what's required in the P3 statute. Some cities have it. I believe the city South Miami has one. Most cities don't, but you certainly can pass something that augments 255.065. Interestingly, we just did a national search for counsel for the joint governmental process in conjunction with the county attorney, and most attorneys we spoke to across the nation agree that our P3 statute, although it's not the worst, is very poorly written. So certainly you can always improve on that and pass your own ordinance. So that is a possibility.
But
Yeah, so
move on from that, can I offer
Mayor,
just
I'd like
a
to get.
balanced? Let me just, Commissioner, let me offer just a balanced perspective there too. That's good advice from the city attorney. But I can tell you what, at least I think the statute contemplates, was that this is a way for the government to operate in a fairly flexible environment for projects that matter to the public and to elected bodies. If we were to go beyond what 255.065 says and put our own ordinance in place, I just want you all to know that that is going to limit our flexibility at some point. I can't tell you when that's going to be, but you're going to want something in the future at some point that 255.065 would allow, that the ordinance that we would create will not allow. And so I just want eyes wide open that if we further refine it, it could be further restrictive on future proposals.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. So that's something, Mayor, maybe we can just contemplate whether to look at or not. So thank you, Stephanie and Jeff, and this, for me, because we're dealing with public land, for me, it's a heightened scrutiny and making sure we're doing the right thing. So the idea of, getting the business analysis as the auditor wants, I think makes a lot of sense. And Jeff, you said that's, that makes sense too. I think taking time for the comprehensive agreement. I know the updated one I saw earlier today. So Alan and Chris, how do we kind of, or the mayor, how do we kind of continue the public discourse and updates of like the comprehensive agreement? And I just want to make sure that folks have a comfort level. They're going to continue to get information as we're going through.
Well, that becomes difficult. You can certainly know, but it's very difficult to negotiate a written contract agreement with a group of a few hundred people looking over your shoulders. So we can certainly, that things change on a daily basis sometimes, especially when you're in the heat of things. You change one paragraph. There's no way to update everyone, every single change that we make, and there's a give and take. And there are things that I may discuss with one commissioner, here and that. There are things that we want to keep close to the vest because there may be things that I don't want Stephanie or Mr. Johns to know that I'm thinking about. I don't necessarily want that going out to the public because I lose a little leverage. So it becomes a little difficult to do that in a public forum. So what we try to do is get guidance from you all from a policy standpoint and then work with the proposer to come up with the best agreement that reflects your policy decisions and your desires. We bring that back to you. And at that point in time, the public and you can all look at it together and say, okay, this is working, this is not working, and we get that feedback. Okay. If we do it as we go along, it becomes impossible.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. So, Alan, if I'm hearing you right, then maybe a month from now or something at another city conference meeting, we'll have one-stop shop on the agenda, maybe an updated comprehensive plan and kind of continue in that vein. Is that fair?
We continue to, like I said, the last iteration with the last changes we just got, I think, yesterday. So, we're continuously looking at it. I'm continuing to revamp, again, taking the feedback from tonight. I always take a fresh look at it, keeping in mind as well from my previous comments that it's not just me. I have 13 excellent attorneys that work in my office. So it's not just my brain looking at it. There's other brains looking at it. So a good group of people that are making sure that every aspect that needs to be looked at is looked at.
So then, quick question for you.
Go ahead.
When we come back to conference with this, there won't be public input at that time repeating all this. That'll happen with the other stops along the way, DRCs and all the other opportunities where public input lends itself. Am I correct?
There will be other opportunities for public input,
but not that. I just want to make sure because I don't want people to come back thinking we can stay here. Yeah.
One thing I do want to ask
when it becomes an item on our agenda.
Right. That's when we open back
so
up.
Also P&Z.
P&Z, DRC, and every other.
Let me ask a question if I can. Because I get feedback from you all individually, and I can't ever share with each other what each other is saying, but I can tonight. And this is helpful because it will allow me to focus it in. But what is your expectation? Because I think it's pretty far apart at this point. What's your expectation for when this comprehensive agreement, when you'd like to see it back? And, Alan and I can drive to, and John can drive to that. I can't always guarantee it, but I'd like to know what your expectation is.
I would say, if I may, as soon as we can. But again, you know how much time you need. So tell me that, then I won't say tomorrow.
60 days.
So, Chris, here's my thought.
But let me finish though. So if you could tell me what you think you need, 1 month, 2 months, tell me, and then I can, I think we can do a better job. Because we'll throw a number out real quick.
I think 60 days is plenty of time.
Is that plenty of time?
I think the caveat with that is I think.
Hold on, Ben, hold on.
How much
this
time
is my
do you
question.
need?
I want them to answer my question. How much time do you need?
Yeah, I think it's definitely doable within 60 days. I think we're far enough along at this point that we were able to talk pretty much about, the whole project, the whole comprehensive agreement.
What's the least amount of time you need?
I Well, I know that there's some on the commission that would hope that this would come forward as soon as our next meeting.
No,
And so-
that's not realistic.
That's what
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the four of you, not him. Three.
But here's what needs to happen in the meantime.
But Ben, it's still my question. Hold on a second.
I
What's
was
the least
speaking.
amount? I get that, but let me
You
finish my
interrupted
question. Can I finish my question?
Go ahead, finish your question.
What's the least amount? What's the most amount you need so I can make a decision?
I'd have to confer with my colleagues.
Can you give us a day?
For me,
Commissioner wants to.
It's a window.
I probably have the least amount of times because these gentlemen, there's a financial component that needs to be answered, and there's some other business terms.
Exactly. There's appraisal.
30.
For me, I'm the scrivener, so the scrivener is probably the least amount of time because
That's
once
not what
the
I
piece
was
is
here. I
already
was here
placed-
that's stuck in legal. Or
So,
No, no, no,
John, how
not
much
anymore.
time do you think it's going to take you to come up with the financial end?
Yes.
From
And
the
remember that
provision of
tonight, and remember, John.
Commissioner, let him answer.
I just want him to remember that tonight we're doing his pay for performance.
it's still my question.
The answer. Let's
I'll
just.
have it done in 20 minutes, Commissioner.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind him that tonight we're doing his pay for performance evaluation. So how much time do you need?
It's done.
Oh,
Hi.
thank you.
Good job, John.
Sorry, Mayor.
So I would say it is dependent upon receiving the information from the applicant, but from that point forward, I would hazard a guess 30 days should be sufficient.
Is 30 to 60 days a reasonable window to
Okay.
expect a response?
I believe from after I receive the information to provide it to an outside entity to review, I think that should be realistic. Yes, Mayor.
Okay, Chris, 30 to 60 days, is that a window that you can
Yeah,
work with?
the one data point I was waiting on to be able to continue the discussion actually
whiz.
came in earlier today, so I'm prepared to move forward with
Thank you, Mayor. for
continuing
answering
to
my question.
discuss that as soon as tomorrow.
I don't
Okay.
normally like
And,
Okay.
and Mayor, did we decide on outside counsel, just like John's getting outside opinions, or did we not? What are we doing?
I respect the city attorney's opinion about his capabilities of being able to handle this, but Mr. Herbst has indicated he does not have the capabilities to handle this, so we have to defer to him as well. So
I agree, but what do we think in terms of getting
I think
outside counsel?
I think Mr. Boileau has a team of very talented people in addition to himself, and I think collectively, they should be able to handle this, especially in the short time period that we're asking.
Yeah, it's 30 pages.
I agree.
It's 30 pages, Mayor. That's it.
If you go, and it's not just the amount of pages, it's the complexity of the deal.
Yes,
but
it's 30 not complex pages.
Okay, so my opinion is let's just let in-house counsel do it. Put your napkin down. And if John, if you think you can secure outside engagement in a short period of time, then let's do that. And let's agree that at some point within the next 30 to 60 days, we're going to have it. The city manager is going to bring the item back to us for additional review, and then we'll send it through the process.
I don't think Ben's finished.
I'm sorry?
I don't think Ben's finished.
No, he's not finished. I just wanted to
No, I
finish
just wanted,
this
I
conversation.
wanted my information. answered.
You're done.
Thank you.
Ben.
Thank you. Thank you. Good. No, this is all great. We're
Okay,
I think
Don't
we're
cut
good
me up
direction.
again.
Don't cut me
Are we done, Ben, or do you have more?
No, hold on. Okay, so Stephanie and Jeff. So I just want to get alignment on some of the big kind of components to what we're talking about. So we're talking about a license. Is a license good with you guys? Generally, that idea.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we're very happy with the license agreement.
Okay, great. Is 50 years, a 50-year term with the city having the right to more or less terminate without kind of cause and the city having significant, ability there? Okay.
I don't believe that's exactly what it says. It's a 50-year term with 2 additional options for 25 years for a total of 100 that have to be mutually agreed on by the parties, but it's not, neither party has a right to terminate without cause.
Okay, so Chris and Alan, I mean, that's something I'd want to look at. It's just making sure that the city has a position of power there to make the right decision.
Okay.
And I don't know what for cause.
No answer. Those are questions you've asked, but there's no answer right now.
I know, Mayor.
Because he hasn't examined the comprehensive agreement sufficiently.
I know that.
Okay.
I know.
Oh,
So I just want to share, so for cause, kind of that's something to look at and kind of work together on.
Okay.
And the last piece in terms of kind of the annual payment versus revenue structure, Stephanie and Jeff, is that you're good with that?
We had been given direction by the auditor that he was not comfortable with the revenue share. I think we'd also received that direction from several of the commissioners. So we proposed an alternate, just a payment that goes up every year after year 5. So yes, we're satisfied with that, and we look forward to also receiving the data points that the city manager referenced.
And Mayor, we should also add, and Commissioner Sorensen, besides that, because there was a question about whether the county would tax this property, we actually have added language in the agreement that is a payment in lieu of taxes to the city, which is another big piece of the revenue that we've added in recently.
Okay, great. So thank you, Stephanie and Jeff. Those are the pieces I wanted to kind of make sure there was alignment on to continue this discussion. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, folks. All right, there being no further discussion, this item is concluded until it comes back to the commission. Do you feel you have enough direction, Alan, John, Chris, to move forward?
Yeah, I'm good at this point. Thank
Say
you.
yes.
Yes, yes, yes,
Won't
yes.
answer a question.
They don't answer a question.
They will not answer a question.
No,
I
you would
do.
expect that from the attorney, but not from the manager.
Gee whiz, I'm trying to help you out.
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
All right,
yes.
let's move on. Let's go back to CF1 on our agenda. It was quarterly investment report for period ending June 30th, 2021. Is there somebody?
Yes, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you, folks, for being
Susan
here tonight. Thank you
Grant
for your
is going
patience.
to,
Looking forward to continue working on this project.
wherever she is.
You're welcome. Who is Susan going to?
Yep, there she's coming to the podium.
What's the good news, Susan? We making money?
The investments are performing well. I think I might have just handled the update.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
A little bit.
Shh, Susan.
I'll be brief. For the city's shorter and longer term portfolios for the quarter and for the fiscal year to date, we've been better than the benchmarks, and I'll go ahead and give the OPEB report as well. That again is beating the benchmarks and above the assumed rate of return of 7%. And happy to answer any questions.
The assumed rate of return of 7%?
That is for the OPEB portfolio.
And what was the return?
It was actually for year to date 17.49. So well above.
So we're 10 points above?
Correct.
100 basis points above the.
1,000, yeah.
So it's all mad money?
It's all good and brings down our required contributions in
Okay.
future years.
Thank you so much. Any questions of Susan?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Susan.
That's it?
All right, well, if we can do the city commission reports after the evening.
I yield my time to the next meeting.
Okay.
Next.
We did the closed door. Okay, so we will continue this meeting until after the evening meeting, and we'll also do the CRA meeting after the evening meeting. If you just all folks give us 15-minute break between now and the next meeting, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
We want to do the